Knock, knock.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
Alright guys, what's going on with you? Hey, we are live on this Monday night, and we were going to do the stream yesterday, but I was not feeling 100%, so I decided to push it to tonight. Plus I wanted to see Steve Wilkes' reaction to the first day of the week after film study, and as well as his post-game reaction as well, and a couple of stream reactions. You know, I wanted to get a little bit of info in from everybody. Welcome on in. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. On YouTube, on Facebook, go to the Keep Pounding group page for in-game polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. That's Keep Pounding in all caps, ladies and gentlemen. As well as scheduling and news about the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. So you can find all of that on the Facebook group page. Keep pounding. Alright. Let's get this started. I got my man David in the Zoom chat tonight. What's going on with you?
Hey, how you doing?
What's good, y'all? And that is his kid. You can hear in the background barely. But hey.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute as much as possible. He's kind of wild right now.
That's all good. It's all good. Okay, so the Zoom chat ID and password did not go into the chat on Facebook, so don't even worry about that. If you want to find that, it is on the YouTube channel chat, so just go over there if you want to find that. Or ask for it in chat. That's fine too. Alright, let's get this started. Opening remarks. I'm going to be straight up honest here, and this is what you should expect from this channel, always. I'm going to be real with y'all, always. I was disappointed with this loss with Pittsburgh, but I was not pissed off by it. And I'll tell you why. Frankly, everybody knew that we had issues with our corner spot, with Keith Taylor, and with our coverage issues over there, with Tay Hayes and C.J. Henderson. It's been a known fact all year long. Alright, so don't come up in here acting like it isn't. You already knew this because I've been pointing it out every single week. Also, y'all knew that we had a run defense problem. We've had that problem for a while now. That's ever since last year. This defensive line did not win in the trenches, therefore, that problem showed up again. Now, moving on to the O-line. The O-line did not perform up to snuff yesterday. We all know this to be true. Okay? We all know who this O-line is. They are better than this. They've been playing better than this for the last 3 weeks. We know who the O-line is. Okay? They got their identity. We know who they are. Let's not act like this is a bad O-line all of a sudden because they didn't perform for one game. And let's not act like this was a bad... Steve Wilkes is a terrible coach just because he lost one game. He's not, ladies and gentlemen. He lost one game at home, which he has not done yet. Stop acting like Steve Wilkes is a terrible coach. Alright, he's not. He's doing the best he can with what he's got.
They're really too hard on that man.
I've been reading all these Facebook posts. I've been reading all these comments, bro. I'm telling you, I keep up with this stuff all week. I have people replying to me, and I post comments out there as well. Y'all already have seen them if you've been in some of these groups. And I don't encourage going into a couple of them because they're getting a little toxic, to be honest. And I'm not going to say which ones. Y'all can figure it out for yourselves. Alright, but honestly, all these people were all gung-ho on Steve Wilkes last week. Steve Wilkes is the best coach ever last week. And then y'all flip-flopping and saying, oh, Steve Wilkes is horrible. He's the worst coach ever. He's terrible. He's awful. I mean, it's the same flip-floppers, man, all year round. It's the same ones. Y'all need to stop this nonsense, man. Y'all need to stop. Man, y'all got me feeling like I'm on a doggone roller coaster ride in Disney, man. For real, though. Y'all got me feeling like I'm on the doggone wooden roller coasters. Where it's scary to ride those things.
Or Space Mountain.
Yeah, man, Space Mountain. You can't even trust that thing is gonna stay up. God. Man. I'm trying to tell y'all. Be patient. Y'all want me to turn the mic up? Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. I only had it down because it was down because of Sunday because I was messing around with the mixer during the Zoom chat watch party, but you know I turned it back up for y'all. Is that better fitting on? But yeah, man, let's not pretend that Keith Taylor is anything less than what he is. Okay, he's bad in coverage. And I heard somebody saying, oh well, it's because he's breaking in, you know, in his second year as a rookie. You know, it's his second year now. And, you know, they're like, cut him a break. Nah, man, I'm not cutting him a break. Josh Norman didn't get a break. Bradbury didn't get a break. Why is Keith Taylor getting a break? You know, I'm getting so sick of that doggone nonsense, man.
You either got it or you don't.
I have every right to get into his business, man, and put him in the doghouse. Because, come on, man. That was some terrible coverage. It was awful. But, I mean, let's not pretend that Tay Hayes would be any better, though. And he's our only other option. So, with that in mind, we need to draft a third corner. That needs to happen. I'm just trying to tell y'all. That needs to happen right in this draft. That's for starters. Number 2, we need a pass rusher because Gross Matos is not going to be adequate enough to handle some of the competition we got coming up next year. Now, Gross Matos is a second stringer, borderline first. I'll give you that. Talent-wise, that's how I evaluate him. And I think that's pretty fair. Wouldn't you guys agree? Because he's not getting sacks, but he's getting the run stops that we need. So, with that in mind, we need a defensive end. Now, the next thing we're going to need is a left guard in this draft coming up. And I'm going to tell y'all, that's all of that stuff is going to come up in the offseason. We're going to deal with that in the offseason. What I'm alluding to is this. We need every piece of this starting O-line to stay here in Carolina. That means we need to re-sign Bozeman. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, re-sign Bozeman. That needs to be our key first priority in this offseason coming up. And yeah, I'm already talking a little bit offseason because these are moves that we need to make, and we're about 4 weeks out from it. So even if we don't make the playoffs, these are things that we need to do anyway. So we also need to draft a linebacker because I'm not feeling Damian Wilson right now. I'm not. Damian has been quiet all year. This dude hasn't done much. And for a middle linebacker to not do much and be invisible out there, that's a bad thing. Yeah, he's a run stopper, but he's basically invisible out there. He gets 1-2 tackles a game? That ain't it. I love you to death, Damian, as a person, but on the field, you're just not the right fit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we could ride him out for one more year, but I mean, I wouldn't go past that. Because look, man, we need a guy like Frankie Louvu out there that can do it all. That's what we need. We need the next Frankie Louvu. To play alongside Frankie. That's the talent level we're looking for. And it needs to be a 4-3. And it needs to have a heavy, heavy focus on coverage. But can also play run defense as well. That's what we want. Alright, getting back to this Pittsburgh game. All of the things that I mentioned, every one of those positions, were things that we did not accomplish in this game in Pittsburgh. These are things that I have already pointed out numerous times, and I've said that we need to work on. And all of these issues, again, reared their ugly head in this game because all we did was put plaster in the hole in the boat. We didn't fix it. We put plaster on it. Imagine a leaky boat, guys. And you're trying to fix it permanently. And all you do is you put the plaster in there. Temporarily until you can get to shore, right? And what we're trying to do is we're in the middle of the lake. Alright? We're in the middle of the lake. The storm has passed, which was Matt Rule. Matt Rule is gone. The storm is gone. So now we're trying to get back to shore. So what we got to do is we got to fix those holes in the boat. So all of those holes, and it's a process. If anybody knows anything about fishing and being out on the lake, you already know this. You can't stand up in the boat, which is what Matt Rule did. You can't. He about to drown us all. He pretty much drowned us all. We're sitting in the boat with wet clothes now because of Matt Rule drowning us. So we're now trying to get back to shore. We're trying to hope for better weather, to dry our clothes off, and at least not be soggy out there. Meanwhile, we trying to fix all these holes in the boat. So currently, we're trying to fix the holes in the boat while trying to actually make some distance towards shore. And I think we're doing a good job of it. And it's one goal at a time, 1 mile at a time, right? And what Pittsburgh did was they exposed those holes again. That we already knew were there. So your boat is basically Swiss cheese, hole-wise. So you got some rocky weather that exposed those holes again. So you got to plug them up again with some makeshift stuff. And I'm not mad at this game. I'm just disappointed because of the result of it. But the reason I'm not mad is we put all the effort that we possibly could into this game and we still came up short. And that's okay. Sometimes that happens. Y'all. But, I ain't mad at it at all. And we're still in the playoff race. Make no mistake about it. We're still in. And Tampa lost to the Bengals like I thought they would. I got to tell you that score at halftime, that spooked me a little bit. Didn't it you, David? I know it did.
Yeah.
We were both looking at that score just going, uh-oh. This ain't good, man. And then I was watching the Saints score, and I saw those 13 points, the 14 points in the first half, and I was going, oh, no. Oh, no, not again. The Saints are not about to ruin our party again, man. Come on now. But it turns out they didn't reach 20 again. And this is a Tampa Bay team that barely got over 20 again. Not impressive, by the way. Not at all.
I thought it was going to be a really bad day for us.
I did too, my guy. I did too. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, Dallas lost as well. So it is a so-so day, you know what I mean? New England lost too. I'll take that. That was kind of a bonus for us. But, either way, I don't want Belichick getting another ring, do you?
No.
Yeah, so I know we got some Patriots fans in this fan base, but it is what it is. Y'all got enough rings. Come on, give us one. It's been long enough, bro. It's been more than long enough. Let us have our day. But we're making progress towards that. It put heat on us to win this Lions game, is what that Pittsburgh game did. And I don't like it because this Lions game is very questionable as far as whether we can win it or not. And I'm a little worried about it, to be real with you.
It'd be an early Christmas present, though, if we didn't pull it off.
I completely agree with that. Now, the question I'm going to ask. before we start talking about that Lions game a little bit, in the comparison going into that week, is are we overhyping Taylor Moton?
I think we are actually.
Yeah, that's my opinion too.
And I hate to say that because Taylor Moton used to be really good.
Yeah, I agree with you. But here's my thing: just because he got one Pro Bowl doesn't mean he can get multiple Pro Bowls. You know what I mean? You got to prove it for 2, 3, 4 years to be like Ryan Khalil and Trey Turner, and the people that we had back at 15. I mean, that's the ultimate goal, is what we're trying to build.
At least we don't have Greg Little.
Yeah, that's true.
Anymore. Shoot.
That's true. I mean, Rimmers was really the one that started the problem with our O-line. He's the one that started it. You could go back one more left tackle, but I really do honestly believe Mike Rimmers was the start of it. Vietnam says Moton looks like he's about washed. Him and Chin looks off. Yeah, that's one player I didn't mention yet is Jeremy Chin. I was getting to him. Now, when you watched him in coverage, were you impressed by his coverage abilities on Sunday versus what you've been seeing the last, 2-3 years?
He seemed really off last game, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's been more than one game, actually. It's been like 2 or 3.
He wasn't really on the receivers too good last game.
Yeah, and at first I thought it was this zone defense that we were playing. This nickel and dime defense coverage that we were using. Because the 4-3 uses that a lot. During deep ball shots, when these quarterbacks are heavily favored for deep shots or during certain situations towards the end of the game. Where you've got a lead and you have to protect it. You have to make sure the other team doesn't get a deep ball play. So that's what I thought it was. But apparently not.
I have another question. The Detroit game coming up. The weather's supposed to be brutally cold. 32 and the low 17 or something like that.
Yeah.
And they're saying it's going to be the coldest home Panther game in Panthers history at home. That's what I was reading earlier today.
And that's really interesting, though, because, we've had monsoons. We've had who knows what come through Carolina. We haven't had a blizzard yet. You know what I mean? Like a real bad snow. Or bad wind chill like that. So that's going to be interesting. How is that going to affect our players? I'm not sure, to be honest with you, because we have a bunch of for the most part players that have played only in the South. When we picked them up or drafted them. 10 minutes. But when you get some of these players, they're from the north, and they're used to the cold weather, so those players are fine. But again, we have played up in New York, we played up in Detroit, we played in Chicago, Green Bay, so honestly, it hasn't affected us unless we are playing in the snow or some really bad 10 to 20 degree weather. And also I also want to point out that in the rain, trying to kick these balls as a kicker, it feels like you're kicking a brick. It literally does. And trust me, I've tried it. So I know. um, his first year, he was a star in the making. Now he doesn't even make any plays. Now that's not necessarily true. I've seen Jeremy Chin come up and run stop a lot. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, such and such a player is not making any plays like Shaq or Jeremy Chin." They're in on every running play, guys. Every running play, just about. If you look at those formats, I'm telling you, watch on Sunday when the other team starts running the ball up the middle or around in a counter play. Watch for the numbers, guys. Y'all ain't watching the jersey numbers. And I'm surprised at that because, you know, to the average football fan, they're thinking, "Oh, well, it's just a 2-yard run, and nothing to watch." You know, it's not spectacular. It's not a spectacular catch. It's not a big play down the field. You know, who cares? It's a 2-yard run. You know, but for people like us that really pay attention to this stuff, we watch for the numbers of the players that make these tackles on these run plays. You know, we're looking for who is in there consistently in these piles. You know, and these run plays set up the big plays down the field. A lot of people don't realize that, you know, for the first time watchers of the game, and I can understand that, you know. But for the people that have been watching for long enough, I'm surprised y'all haven't spotted this yet. You know, it's consistent. Oh, okay. Vietnam's talking pick sixes, interceptions, forced fumbles, etc., splash plays. I see. I got you. What's up, Tyler Hales? How you doing, man? I saw you went live earlier. I didn't catch it. I was busy, but I'll check out the replay, man. But yeah, we're talking Jeremy Chin at the moment. We're talking pick sixes, interceptions, forced fumbles. Chin's not known for forced fumbles. He's never been known for forced fumbles.
I did see him try to
plays, really.
I remember one playing the game last week. He tried to strip the ball out of the receiver or the running back. I seen it. He tried to strip it out.
He is making some progress towards trying to get there. You know, give him some time. You know, it's what 2-3 years into the league now. It's Jeremy Chin. Remind me how many years?
I believe this is his third year.
That's what I was thinking, and you know, so if you're expecting him to turn into the next Eric Reed back there within 3 years, I mean, come on, man. You know, give him some time to develop. You know, he's working on those splash plays that you're talking about. You know, the pick sixes and the picks. You know, and he did get that onside kick last game against Seattle. So give him credit for that.
Yeah, he did.
Let's not act like Jeremy Chin's not doing anything, because he definitely is.
I'll tell you what, Sam Darnold really impressed me, man. I'm not even joking. Like, if you look at his first 6 attempts on passing, he was 5 for 6.
Yep.
For 88 yards. And that was like, dang, man, who is this guy? I mean, he was like chunking it deep. And killing it.
Yeah.
He was.
And he kind of went into this Pittsburgh game a little bit flat because of the O-line. And I'm sitting there going, okay, well, he's kind of got a couple of excuses here, you know. His wide receivers aren't getting open because of the routes, you know. And or not getting enough separation. That's been a thing all year. Plus, your O line isn't blocking well enough. You're gonna run into trouble. You're gonna have to elude a lot. You're gonna have to keep the play alive, and sometimes you're gonna have to throw it away. That's what it is.
Yeah. I think I prefer the bearded Sam.
A lot of people like that superstitious stuff. With the beard and all, because Greg Olson did it back in the day, and I'm not even gonna try to act like that wasn't a thing. Because it was. But honestly, in the bigger scope of things, it don't really matter if he got a beard or not. Come on, man, it's Sam. But if he likes it, and it's given,
that wasn't on him though.
Yeah, that game was not on Sam. Stop putting the game on Sam. Stop putting it on Wilkes. He can only do so much. These two can only do so much.
I'll be honest with you.
He's not on the field for you. He's your head coach.
If he would have had good protection the whole game, he might have got to closer to 400 yards passing.
I'd say about 300 to 350. Judging by that Steelers defense, it's possible.
Yeah.
There were some holes. You just got to get these wide receivers open, though. That was the trick, and we couldn't get it done.
And the protection was an issue, too.
Oh, yeah. It's very rare that Bozeman will allow a sack, so I'm going to cut him a break.
We actually got to break off that one play. I don't know what happened, but remember that one play was a bad snap, and it was a flag, but it kind of saved us on that play. Oh, gosh.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
A flag actually helped us. It's crazy.
And I'll get to the refs in a second here, because I want to get to this O-line first, and then make my point on the refs. The O-line. Okay, so there's only so many breaks I can give these O-linemen before I have to throw them under the bus. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Taylor Moton has reached his limit. I can't gut this man any more breaks. I can't do it anymore. I can't protect him anymore. He's got to do better. This is a sack a game he's giving up. Since week 12. This has got to stop. This has seriously got to stop. We're literally going into week 16. And you got a sack a game. And you're supposed to be our team captain. And I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with that, man. I don't like where that's hitting. I would much rather Corbett have the captain status at this point, because of what is going on here. And I'll wait for him to get back in. There we go. He's back in. Zoom chat just cut out on us, but it does that. Because you only get so much free time. But, yeah. The captain of your O-line should not be giving up a sack a game since week 12. Nah, we ain't doing this no more, man. Give Corbett that captain status. He's earned it. How many sacks have you seen Corbett give up this year? Maybe one?
Not really any.
Maybe one. If you want to, if you want to get technical. I mean, if anybody deserves this captain status, it's Bozeman at this point.
Is there a possibility we could trade Taylor Moton in the offseason? I mean, would he have any value at all? in your
Uh,
opinion?
he would be tradable, but my point here is that he needs to be coached. He's one of these guys that just needs to be coached, man, because he's been playing so many good quarters for us, man, and I would hate to have to move him. You know, that would break my heart because he's been good for us, man.
Oh, I know he has, but you don't think he's going on a downward spiral? You think it's coaching? Is that what you think?
Uh, yeah, I think he just needs coaching. He's not necessarily down a downward spiral, but this is a bad habit he's getting into of this one sack per game. We can't have that. You know, if we can kind of predict when this is gonna happen every game, we could maybe give him some help and give him some double help over there. You know what I mean? During those particular set
Okay.
of plays that he
And
thinks
I
he
don't know.
might be liable to give up a sack.
Yeah.
Um, that might solve the problem temporarily. But like I said, it's plaster when you got a leaky
Um,
boat.
this ain't the O line I'm talking about, but I was gonna say the kicker, Eddie Pinheiro, like he's really impressed me. He's giving me more confidence in him now. Like
Mm-hmm.
seems like he's gotten a lot better over
Mm-hmm.
over these weeks. I don't know if you've seen it, but
I have. I absolutely have. You got a good point.
major improvement.
Yep. He looks good out there, man. Um, we feel like we can count on him in long distance situations and his way and see what we got. I think that's fair, man. I give him a 2-year deal. Let's see what this team looks like when it comes out of the tunnel. If you don't like it, let's move on to a new coach. You know, and there ain't no harm in that. You only lost 2 years, but you got a coach that actually cares and is working with the locker room. He's leader. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing out there, you know. And if he doesn't win you the big games, okay, move on to a new coach after building.
Yep, I agree.
You only lost two
Here,
years. What's 2 years when we've already lost 7? You know?
here's another good point too. Like when he was in Arizona, he only won one game, but he didn't have a lot of things to work with really. Correct.
Exactly. He
And
was set up to
now,
fail.
yeah, and
Everybody knew it too.
people are bashing him about that all the time. It makes me sick.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. It was ridiculous. Shout out to the real Zero Chill. Let's go. He's happy about this stream, man. Maybe he's happy about the chance we're the feeling that we're still in the playoff hunt. But hey, man. Either way, let's go. Love that comment right there. Let's go.
Here you
Um,
go. I have a riddle for you. 1, 2, 3 playoffs. 1, 2, 3 Super Bowl.
oh man.
Just
Oh
trying to be
man.
funny.
Man, about 2 weeks ago we had Matt Rule caught in a lie too, by the way. We Good Morning America caught this man in a lie.
Oh goodness!
Straight up caught him in a lie.
I've caught him in many lies.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's got the Pinocchio nose at this point. But this was a major one. I was actually watching another
I
YouTube
can't believe
channel
that.
and they were covering this video. And I've seen the video before, but he calls him out, man. And he's like, "Hey, uh, somebody asked him, what did you learn from your time in Carolina?" He says, okay. I'm an older coach and I gotta watch all the tapes. because that's what coaches do when they get fired, and you know, he's got that old stuttering problem. Man, he's like those McDonald's employees that have the stuttering problems, man. There's nothing physically disabled about these kids, okay? Nothing wrong with these people at McDonald's. But they just have a stuttering problem just because they want to. Okay? And they can't deal with the public. But you got them out there at cashier, right? This is one of these dudes, man. This is Matt Rule.
Speaking of Matt Rule, he's got the.
I gotta go watch the tapes. Yeah.
But Nebraska.
So the following question is, okay. The following question is, okay, what did you see on tape? What did you learn from it? And he goes, and you could just tell he was caught in a lie. He was not expecting that second question at all.
I think that name fits him, the Cornhusker.
He was not expecting that question at all. He thought he was going to get off scot-free going on all these news media places and talking trash about the Panthers, man. Nice try. Yeah, we caught you, bro. We caught you. Busted. With your hand in the cookie jar. Busted. You didn't watch no tapes. Come on, dog. Why are you always lying?
This is what kind of bothers me. I heard Matt Rule got one of like the top college prospects or something. Is that true?
I don't know. I didn't hear nothing about that.
I heard he got a really good quarterback. I don't know.
I mean, if he did, he did. That's awesome. Good for him.
What's he gonna do with him though?
That's the magical question. That's the magical question, ladies and gents. And I'm always spending time on this because we all know who Matt Rule is. You know, I just wanted to get a few laughs out of this chat. You know, get a little entertainment in here, man. With all this serious talk about that Steelers game, you know, I wanted to liven things up a little. Matt Rule, why you always lying? We caught you. Come on, man. We caught you again. How many more times, man? He's not our issue to deal with no more, though. Thankfully.
I know, he was supposed to build Rome in Carolina. That never happened.
Oh, man. That man's always got to find some way to trash Carolina now that he's out of that job. It's never my fault. It's always on the team that I got fired from. Woe is me. Man, suck it up. Just do your job in Nebraska, bro.
Okay, here's one last laugh, and you can get back to your topic or whatever.
Yeah.
Is Ben McAdoo's key card going to work next season?
Yes. I'm so glad you asked that right there. That was, oh my goodness. That was a great one.
You gotta call him out on it.
Absolutely. I wanted you to be the one to call him out on that one. Because I know you were the one that sent me that article or read that to me.
Yeah. He's like, it's always a good feeling when my key card works.
It's always a good day when that key card works.
Yeah, good day, yeah.
Man, if you keep putting up performances like that on offense with this offense, like we did in Pittsburgh, that key card ain't gonna work no more after this year. swapping that up for a McDonald's key card. That's what you're going to be doing, man. But hey, man, in all seriousness, though, I don't know that Ben McAdoo is the guy, man. I don't know. I think we need to start looking, you know, and this game management type of offense is okay for this year, but next year you can't bring that into a regular NFL year.
I agree, but I'll put it this way: like when Ben was under Matt Rule, like he didn't really, his offense looked so mute. But then when he got under Wilkes, it looked better, but it's still not great. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. When he was finally off the chain and he could finally do what he needed to do,
it looked better.
It wasn't there. It still wasn't there. Yeah.
It looks a tad bit better than when Rule was with us, though.
Right. I'll agree with that. He kind of allowed these quarterbacks to open up and throw a few of these passes, you know, that he wouldn't have already. And the O-line is tasked to be 60-40 run predominant, like they were supposed to be. He's actually using this offense the way it was designed to be used, based on the types of players that he has.
Excuse me.
That being said, getting back to this line, the chat, Vietnam, let Brady play at right tackle and Mays at left guard. Moton can ride the bench. See, I'm not to the point where I want Moton on the bench, but here's the thing: we need to get him some help on those plays where he thinks he might give up a sack. You know, he's getting tired. He may not be using his proper mechanics or his hands properly. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bozeman to keep an eye on that. Bozeman and Corbett, both. Keep an eye on that. If you feel like he's getting shaky over there, get him some help, you know. Tell the coaching staff to get Mays in there and give him some help, you know.
Yeah.
One more lineman, and we can take away a tight end off the field to help him out. That's fine.
What about what's his name? Deontay Brown.
Deontay Brown was cut a while back. That's that Alabama guy, right? That we never did give any snaps to.
He's on the practice squad.
Oh, he still is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. I can't keep up with the practice squad because none of those transactions with the practice squad are showing up anymore.
Oh, I understand that, but what he did with Alabama, I mean, they at least give him a shot.
You can't ignore what he did with Alabama. That is absolutely true. I think he just needs a little more work. I'm afraid to say the B word, but you know, I'm not ready to call it quits on him either. You know, I think he just needs a little more time. But you know, like I said, I'm not ready to put Moton on the bench. Not yet. You know, he has three and a half good quarters, you know, of good ball. It's just that one or two plays where he just gets off kilter and he gives up a sack. Where he gets rushed really hard by an 8-man box, you know, or a 7-man box. You know, multiple times he'll get beat up and he'll get tired. And that's when his mechanics can be a little bit off. And I want the coaching staff to be aware of this and be looking for it. And I want Bozeman and Corbett to be looking for it as well. If either one of y'all spotted on the field before the coaching staff, let them know. You know, that's how we can get ahead of this thing. You know, so we can try to prevent it. I'm not saying we're going to completely prevent it. It's going to be slow progress, but we can at least alert the coaching staff to do something about it. You know what I mean? And get Cade Mays in there.
Yeah, I like Cade Mays.
What do you think? Is that a good strategy?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I think we can roll with that, and I think that might work. Now, as far as Keith Taylor and Tay Hayes out there at corner, you're not going to solve that. I'm just going to straight up tell you, you're not going to solve that coverage issue out there. Neither one of them are getting any better when it comes to coverage. Now, run stopping, that's the reason they're both here still. And people are like, oh, well, Keith Taylor made some strides last year. Yeah, he had a couple of good games. But the coverage issues are still there. They're still majorly there. He got burnt crispy against Pittsburgh, and I don't. Now, granted, against the Seahawks, Lockett was just having a good day. That's just all there was to it. He was burning everybody, even J.C. Horn over there, a couple of times. So, with that in mind, you know, I don't fault him for that one. Plus, we already know who Keith Taylor is. And I'm not really going to fault him for this one either because we already know who he is. He's bad in coverage. We already know Shaq is bad in coverage. These are facts that we already knew. Folks, this ain't new. I've been telling y'all this for weeks. For weeks on end. And I've been gradually hinting at the fact that, okay, Shaq has gotten a little bit better at coverage here. He's doing a little bit better here. But he's not there yet. You know what I mean? He's still got a lot of work to do. You know, and you saw flashes of a really good game of him earlier on where he got 2 pass deflections. I think that was in Denver. In the Denver game. But still, you know, he's still got a little ways to go. He ain't fixed it yet. And what I'm saying is Pittsburgh exposed us. There ain't nothing we could do about that issue on either case. They are who they are. You could work with them a little bit, you know, gradually improve the coverage, but we got 4 weeks left. It ain't going to get fixed in 4 weeks. I'm telling you that right now. You need a full year of real solid progress to try to fix a problem like that. And a good cornerbacks coach that knows what he's doing. That can really, really solve that. I mean, top 3 corner coaches of the year type of cornerback coach. And I'm not saying we got a bad one. I'm saying we got a really good one right now. We got a really good one. We have had a history of really good ones. But you're not going to solve that in 4 weeks. Now, with that being said, the O-line is better than what they played like. Okay, let's draw comparisons, and you say agree or disagree on this one, David. We'll start with the O-line on these statements. The O-line is better than what they played like this week.
The O-line is better than... Say that one more time. Sorry.
The O-line is better than what they played like this week. Evaluations wise. Under Wilkes.
Oh, yes. I think it's better.
I agree. All right. So, next thing. Shaq. Is he the same as he was before?
No, I think he's kind of, falling off the cliff a little bit. Like, I don't think he's as good as he used to be, is what I'm saying.
Okay. My hot take on this one is disagree. He's the same as he was before. He's, the coverage issues are still there. They've been there every week, really. And he's really good at run stopping. Don't get me wrong. But is he better than he was before in the last 3 weeks? No.
No. No.
Yeah. All right, so I already asked you about Taylor Moton. We both agree on that one. So we're there on that one. So my next question is, is the run game better or worse than what you saw on Sunday? Are they better before this or no? Is that who their identity is?
I think they're better under Wilkes, but they just didn't show up Sunday. But they were going against a tough defense on the run stopping.
Right. That's exactly it. That's not their identity, this week. They're better than that.
That's actually the thing I was worried about going to the Steelers game because I did my homework, and they had one of the top run defenses in the league. I was like, oh gosh, I might be in trouble. Just thinking about that. I wasn't wanting to lose, but I was worried about that one aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And we only got 21 rushing yards that game, I think.
Yeah.
Which is pitiful.
And I already answered about Keith Taylor. That was going to be the last one. All right. I'm going to give you a second. All right, so this question is in chat here. This is for you, David.
All right.
From Vietnam, do you believe that we need to use our top picks from the first 2 rounds to empower this defense and supplement the offense through free agency? What would you do?
It's kind of a tough question.
I agree with that. I'm with you. That's a tough one.
I had to think about that. That's tough. That's a good question, though.
I believe I have a better shot at answering it than he does. Because I've kind of gotten a little bit of an idea of what we're doing with in this draft so far. There's usually a lot of defensive players that go in the first 10 picks, 10 to 15 picks. You see a couple of quarterbacks, of course. But that's been the growing trend right now. What we need is a left guard or a quarterback. One of the two.
I say go left guard because I think Sam Darnold might be a really good quarterback, and then maybe draft a quarterback the next offseason. That's my opinion.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
I mean, at first, I'll be honest. At first, I was a doubter of Sam Darnold. I'll be totally honest with you. But what I've seen in the past 3 weeks, I think he's a really good quarterback. I really do.
I completely agree with that.
And I'll fess up. I was a Sam Darnold hater, but but I'm not. I'm starting to like him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And the question I've been posing the last few weeks that we've been trying to find an answer for was, is Sam Darnold going to make that quarterback room for 2023? I didn't say where on the depth chart. I said, is he going to make the room in 23? And the answer is clearly yes.
I mean, if
after
you look
3
at
weeks now of starting.
some of the throws he's done is so impressive. I mean, watch the tape. I mean,
Yeah.
like the touchdowns in the end zone, like the. I mean, that ball's gonna be spot on. The balls he's throwing. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. It's impressive. It really is.
Yeah. So I mean, Sam Darnold is gonna make that room in 23. So Matt Corral is gonna make it because he's a rookie quarterback right now. But we'll decide on what we're gonna do with Matt Corral in training camp next year. That's a problem that can wait. Uh, yes, he should have
Here,
a chance to win the spot. I agree.
here's a here's a good point to this right here. Okay, back when they drafted Luke Kuechly, I didn't know who he was. I hated the pick. Okay,
Yeah.
same thing with Sam Darnold. I hated Sam Darnold, but now I'm starting to like him. So I'm kind of getting mixed vibes here. Like, is he like a really good quarterback? We just don't know
Mm,
how good he is,
mm.
or is Sam Darnold a bust? That's the question.
As I've said before, I don't think he's got that much more of a higher ceiling than what he's showing us right now. I think he's a game manager. He is who he is. He's not a Pro Bowler. He's not a superstar. He's just a game manager, and
Well,
that's okay. You could have a starter that's a game manager, but here's the thing: once the NFL season kicks back up next year and it becomes a regular season of very dangerous defenses again, where there's a lot of predatory defenses out there on your schedule, that's not going to cut it for an
but
18 game schedule.
but I understand. But here's my argument, Corey. Like,
You can ride it
some
out
of
through 23, but
some of the,
it's
I'm just saying some of the throws he's made, since he started
yeah.
back with us, like have been so incredible. Like, I just don't know if I can call him a game manager. Like some of the throws he's made.
Okay. Okay, that's
So
fair.
difficult.
That's fair. Maybe he's a little bit more than a game manager. Maybe a little bit better.
But we don't know yet.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right. We're still trying to determine his identity as a quarterback, really. And for the most part, we assume he's a game manager. Because that's the type of offense that we're running under Ben McAdoo. Maybe with a better offensive coordinator, maybe we could flesh out that ceiling of his and really find out who he is and let him blossom. That's another thought process I had.
I mean, he's got a heck of an arm on him, man.
Yeah, he does. He does. When he's allowed to open it up and throw it and push that ball downfield, yeah, he does have the ability. And he's the only one so far, besides PJ, with that miracle Hail Mary.
That was wild.
Yeah. I ain't never seen such in my life from PJ Walker. And you watch him for 2 years. Not even in 2020 I would have been able to see that type of a pass from him. That's the wild part, man. So it's not a matter of like where he's going to end up on the depth chart. We can determine that in 23. We ain't there yet. We'll worry about that then. But we need to re-sign him in the offseason, so that needs to go on the list of things to do in the offseason.
I'm worried about cap space next year. I'm worried really bad about that.
Right. And that's an off-season problem. We're going to deal with that in the off-season. But right now, our focus is on these last 4 games. Let's finish out this season. Let's see where we land. I'm not ready to talk about draftable players yet. We'll talk about those after the season is over. And then we'll go from there on that. We do have some off-season priorities before we start talking about draftable players.
Yep.
So we'll deal with those first. Let's find out who we're losing first. You know what I mean?
I tell you what,
Who's not getting re-signed? You know?
this has been a roller coaster year. Like at first, like when we first started with Roll and his Wilts and all this, has been a roller coaster. Like at first, I was wanting to draft a quarterback in the draft, and now I don't want to draft a quarterback in the next draft. I mean, it's been a wild year. It's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
It really has.
And the thought process is, excuse me. The thought process is Sam is going to be that bridge quarterback. So is Matt Corral until we find out who Matt Corral is. You know, as a Carolina Panther. You know, we know who he was as an Ole Miss player, but we don't know who he is as a Carolina Panther. That's what we're trying to determine in training camp next year.
It is really unfortunate he got hurt, man, because I was wanting to see what he could do. But...
Yeah. And we had 5 quarterbacks on this roster, man.
That's
we had
ridiculous.
5, and now we're down to 2. And what did I tell you at the beginning of the year? We are typically going to go through quarterbacks like water because of injuries. I told you this was a good thing to have 5 quarterbacks on this roster. I was on VOD as saying that.
Remember that one year, Corey, a long time ago? You know, we had some quarterback problems. Kept getting hurt, and we signed Vinny Testaverde out of retirement.
Oh my God! Don't even remind me about Vinny. Don't even remind me about Vinny. We're not even gonna talk about that right there. Good God, that was a disaster.
It was.
That was one of the worst Panther years I've ever watched. Sheesh. Yeah, Sam will have to get paid next year, or he'll become a free agent in 23. He isn't worth paying another dime, according to Vietnam. I have to disagree with that. I think we pay him for one more year. And that's it.
I think that sounds fair.
Yeah. Pay him for one more year. Let's see if we can get a draftable quarterback. If you don't like Matt Corral, then we need to go through the quarterback carousel and free agency too. That's going to be a mess. Let's hope we don't have to do that, because we're not going to have much funds to work with. I'm going to be real with you on that.
Man, I tell you what, I mean, I know we ain't going to make a Super Bowl or whatever, but if we did and we won it, like, that would be a wild story for them to tell. Like, with the headbutt of Baker Mayfield and... I mean, I can just imagine it now.
What if he doesn't want a 1-year deal? Then we go after somebody that does want a 1-year deal. You know what I mean? Somebody that wants to be here for 1 year. You know? Whoever that might be. Like I said,
I really think... Sorry.
There's going to be a few quarterbacks out there that might want that 1-year deal. It might decide to stay here. We'll see how things go. You know, there's a lot that can happen in the next 4 weeks here. And in this offseason. And this has been a crazy NFL year. You don't know who's going to pop up in that quarterback carousel. You don't know. You know, and you don't know who's going to get re-signed. What's going to go where? You know, so there's going to be a lot of money exchanging hands, you know, between the players and the agents. So we're going to find out what goes on, man, when we get there. But like I'm saying, man, while we have Sam, let's take advantage of it. Let's use him. Because Wilkes has already said he's naming Sam as his starting quarterback against the Detroit Lions this Sunday. So, I mean, how do y'all feel about that in chat? How do y'all feel about Sam starting against the Lions? That's my question to y'all in chat. We're going to wait for David to come back, but I'm going to ask him that too. Black Poppy, what's going on, my man? We got the moderator in chat right now.
Sorry about that.
Can't believe we lost to the Steelers, man. Wow. Yeah. They beat us up. Says Vietnam. I feel bad for our defense. And, you know. So, Steve Wilkes has named Sam Darnold as our starting quarterback against the Detroit Lions. How you feeling about that, David?
I love it.
You love it? All right.
I really do. I just want our offensive line to protect him better, and I want us to show up, the whole entire team.
Mm-hmm.
I need everybody to show up and play. This is a really tough game. So we need to be on our A game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like it. You know, I do. I like it. He's our best choice right now between him and PJ. It's a tight battle, but I gotta go with Sam at the moment. You know, Sam's just fitting those balls in there. He's accurate. He's on time with it. You know, he's not throwing it behind him. You know.
Also in the tight windows too.
You know, I mean, PJ was doing that for a couple weeks, but you know, he got hot for a couple weeks. But again, he's a third stringer, like I said. I've been saying it. He's a game manager. He's a third stringer. His accuracy has improved, and his deep ball has improved a little bit. So whoever's working with him, great job, quarterback coach. Great job. Credit to you. Because he's been working with Sam as well. And y'all are seeing the progress. It's good. I like it. I don't love it, but I like it. You know what I mean?
Yep. I really think our defense is going to be a lot better next year because I really think Luke Kuechly's going to come back and coach. I really do.
Yeah, I think our defense is going to come back this week and shut down the Lions to about 20 to 25 points. That's what I think is going to happen. You know, I don't want to give too many previews away because that's for the preview stream, obviously.
I want to see in 13 and 17.
I mean, that's possible. And the reason I say that is because if you look at that Jets score, it looks real nice. We lost David for a second. He'll be back. Yeah, if you look at that Jets score, it wasn't real impressive. You know,
sorry about that. The thing went off again.
Yeah, it's Zoom. It does that. But yeah, I agree with you, man. You know, I see that score against the Jets, and I'm not impressed by it. Are you?
No. Honestly, I want to see an impressive game because I want Wilkes to force. You know what I'm saying? I want people to respect the man.
Mm-hmm.
I really want. I know it sounds crazy, but I want them to hold the Detroit Lions like 13 to 16 points tops. And
I
win.
agree with that. I think that would be a successful game because I know that Sam can overcome that on the scoreboard. It's going to be whatever Sam can overcome on the scoreboard. That's the name of the game here against the Lions.
That defense has got to show up next week.
Yes, it does. And it starts with that D-line. They've got to win the trench. They've got to. There's no excuse for it if they don't. They've got to. After that poor excuse of a showing that we saw on Sunday, they looked unmotivated, and they just, Steve Wilkes says, oh, they lacked execution. Nah. They just did. They came out there flat. After 3 or 4 weeks, they just came out there flat. Because the Steelers just ran circles around them.
But Sam was a bright spot in that game, though. He really was.
Because, see, the Steelers did their homework on us, man. They know who we are. They exposed us for what we really are. And that's not a bad thing, because we need to know who we really are under Wilkes. But at the same time, who we really are is enough to get us into the playoffs.
Here's a good question. Do you think we'll switch anything up next week to throw the Lions off guard?
Secondary wise, no, because we're gonna keep doing the same stuff we've been doing.
Come on, offensively.
Offensively, I doubt it. It's been the same tired and true offensive game planning and play calling. And it's been a little disappointing, to be honest. One play in particular actually pissed me off. And that was that 3rd and goal from the 10-yard line.
Oh, gosh.
And Sam Darnold decides, I'm going to run a draw play into a loaded box, ladies and gentlemen, of 8 players. A loaded box that stopped the run all day long. And Ben McAdoo thinks this is going to work. Where Sam just runs straight up the middle into the box.
If I were Sam, I'm going to be honest, if I were Sam on that play, if actually McAdoo called that play, I would have all doubled out of that play immediately.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I was wondering, out of all these quarterbacks, who knows how to actually utilize an audible? Because I had that massive thought in my brain, nobody in this quarterback room knows how to use an audible under Matt Rule. I was disgusted by it. And once we got to the point where Wilkes took over, it's okay. Now we're gonna find out if they actually do know how to use audibles or not. And it turns out Sam does. Baker does not. PJ audibled out of a certain number of them himself. So, those two that we still have on the roster know how to use audibles. We know this. So, and if this 3rd and goal was at the point where it was the 4th quarter and we were trying to kick the field goal to get ready to set up for the onside within 2 minutes, I could see where this would be relevant. I could see where that would be necessary, to go ahead and just take that sack for a 1-yard loss, and not get the touchdown, or a valid shot at the touchdown, because we're not even sure we could get it from that 10-yard point. But no, this happened at the beginning part of the 4th quarter when we needed a touchdown and we didn't get it. Now, that's really just bad play calling.
As accurate as Sam has been to go on, I really think he should have threw the ball in the corner of the end zone or something.
Right.
He's been really accurate in the go on.
Right. Look for Shi Smith or TMJ in the corner of the end zone. Yeah. One of those two will come down with it. Bet on it. And if you don't see it, toss it away. We'll just kick a field goal. No big deal.
Exactly.
You know, but at least try it, man. 10-yard line, why not? Why are we doing a draw put, a QB draw into a loaded box? It makes no sense.
You know what? Or even a screenplay.
Like, this is the type of play calling like Joe Brady's offense was under Matt Rule. That's the stuff that used to piss me off on a daily. You know what I mean? I was like, what in the world are we doing?
The guy looks like Chucky, you know, so.
The guy looked like Chuck E. Cheese, man. Y'all ever been to Chuck E. Cheese? You ever see the mascot dressed up in a mouse costume? That was Joe Brady.
I'm just thinking Ben McAdoo Chucky because he has his hair parted like, right down the middle, like Chucky.
Some of y'all ain't old enough to know that reference. So some of y'all ain't old enough to know that Chuck E. Cheese reference, man. I'm telling you. But as adults, we all have been to Chuck E. Cheese at least once. At least once.
Well, I mean,
and we hated the experience.
Yeah, that and I'm talking about Ben McAdoo. Like, he was like Chucky, like, you know, Charles Lee Ray in Child's Play. Like his hair. Okay. You want to drink some? Sorry.
That was actually perfect timing. You sounded like a Chucky doll for a second.
Yeah, I got
it's relevant though. It's relevant.
That's my son. He's like a Chucky. I love him.
He's gonna be the next Panthers fan though. You watch and see, man. He's gonna be a baseball fan too. He's already watching some baseball right now. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Glad to see him getting into sports, even that young. Love it. Let's go to the chat here. Vietnam says, I don't mind Sam starting, but I want his handcuffs taken off. Let the man throw the football. That's right. And his handcuffs have been taken off. But it's Ben McAdoo now. You know, and we always had our reservations about Ben McAdoo ever since Steve Wilkes started. You know, even before then. You know, so it's not like that's not new.
I forget what quarter it was in that Steelers game, but it made me so mad when Sam Darnold got sacked back to back. That made me so mad.
Oh my God. The one situation where you cannot take back-to-back sacks, man. It was that last drive, I think it was, when we took that field goal and we went for the onside kick. It was the last drive. I could be wrong, though.
You see, what makes me mad is we had 6 minutes on the clock.
Oh, we had 6 minutes then?
Well, I'm saying the Steelers had the ball, and we had like 6 minutes left. I remember this, and it was like a third and 14 or 3rd and 16.
Yeah.
And we just needed one more stop to get the ball back, and we never could stop them on 3rd down. And they got on my nerves so bad. Huh? Oh my gosh. I got so irritated with they kept converting 3rd down, 3rd down, 3rd down, 3rd down, and
well, you could take a guess who they were targeting back there. Y'all just go ahead and take a wild guess who they were targeting, because it starts with the name Keith and ends with the name Taylor. That man got so burnt it looked like burnt toast on your plate in the mornings.
I know, but it's just so irritating. You get the 3rd down so many times and you can't stop them. Like, it really got on my nerves.
Oh my God.
it didn't matter what third down it was. 3rd and 16, 3rd and 17, 3rd and 20. It didn't matter what it was. They got it.
That dude got burnt blacker than my laptop.
It was.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like...
But when you got a team in 3rd and 16, you should be able to make a stop. I mean, for real. I mean, make a stop. Get the ball back.
Yeah. And we just got no pressure on him whatsoever. Keith Taylor got embarrassed way more than 3 times in that game. Way more.
What was their...
I counted a half dozen. A nice half dozen.
I'm really curious, Corey. Could you look it up right now? What was the Steelers' 3rd down completion rate?
I've actually got this up right now. Let's find out.
I would really like to know, because that was irritating.
3rd down efficiency, 12 for 16.
Jesus. Gosh.
75%, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I knew it. Bad.
75%. It's actually 12 for 16. 12 for 16. I misread that. Small print. But still.
Ball game.
Yep. There's your ball game right there. Keith Taylor. I'm telling you. We all knew this dude was bad in coverage. There's no secret there. It's on film. Every team's got it in the NFL. I guarantee it.
I mean, that is absurd and ridiculous. We got to get that fixed.
There ain't no way to fix it. We got we got Tay Hayes, and Tay Hayes is not better than Keith Taylor in coverage either.
I know that.
So, I mean, without Dante Jackson, we're in trouble. Without CJ, we're in trouble. What are we doing over there?
Real practice or something, like, to get them better, like have them do really hard practices and throw them in some tough drills or something.
You can run drills, but we only got 4 weeks left. We got to get this fixed if we want to be a playoff contender.
There's 3 weeks left.
Yeah, 3 weeks left. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. We got 3 weeks left. You want to be a playoff contender? We got to fix this. And we're not going to fix it in 3 weeks. So what we can do is we can get them some safety help. And that's what I was advocating for the longest time. I mean, put Woods over there. Because we know Chin is having coverage issues.
I like Woods. I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, get Woods over there on pass coverage to help him out. Chin will be on J.C. Horn. Because we know that J.C. Horn and Chin work well together. You know, between the two of them, they'll shut something down.
The sad part is, I think C.J. Henderson was actually getting better before he got hurt. But.
Yeah, I was actually getting a little bit more and more impressed by C.J. Henderson, to be honest with you, in coverage. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, it's unfortunate. We got Dante and CJ out now. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's rough. We need to draft a corner. That's got to be a draft pick this year. I'm telling you now, we cannot pay for a corner in free agency. We got to draft one. We need him on a rookie contract. That's the only way this can work. And I'm not Keith Taylor and Tay Hayes can run stop, but there's 100 other corners that can do the same thing they can do. And any of them could take that job. Any of them. For that amount of money. But we need a solid number 3 corner. That's a coverage guy. You know? Like Dante Jackson. Like J.C. Horn out there. You know, we need somebody that's at that caliber.
I'll be honest with you, Corey. Like, I really wish we would have kept Stephon Gilmore.
I agree with that. Gilmore would have been great. You know, I felt solid with him out there, man. I felt good.
Me too.
Yeah, it felt right. You know, he was back in Carolina again. He is, you know, formally here already, and hometown guy, and it felt right. And I just wish we had the money to pay the man, you know?
Yeah, me too.
It's the money that's the biggest problem right now. And that's what we're going to run into in this offseason.
It's thanks to Marty Herney, though.
Yeah. Exactly. It's thanks to Marty that we're in this situation to begin with. And I know a lot of people don't understand that. But it's the big contracts. It's the money-eating contracts that are getting us screwed. You know, and for those that expected him not to do the same thing he did the first time he was hired, the second time around, I mean, I don't know what to tell y'all. I told you it was not a good idea to hire that man again. I said it on VOD for everybody to hear. Man, and he screwed us again. So we got Scott Fitterer up in here, man. And Scott is working his magic, but he can only do so much, man. So we might lose a few people in this offseason, but we're going to try to get this problem fixed. We got a ton of problems to fix this offseason. Beginning with that one. That's just the tip of the iceberg. But we'll get there when we get there. You know what I'm saying? So, Lot Poppy says, well, it's either Sam or PJ. We don't have much of an option. That's true. I mean, you're right. Vietnam says, true, Sam has played well enough to keep the job. I want the staff to let him win the game and show us that he is more than a game manager. Yep, I agree with that. Let's prove David right here. Let's prove him right and say, oh, okay, he's a little bit more than just a game manager. I'm with that right there. Lock Poppy says it's always cool to see David on the stream. David's opinions on the Panthers are valid. I'll let him know when he comes back on here.
Sorry, I was trying to get my son settled down.
Keith Taylor got embarrassed 3 times in a row. I already read that. Okay, so yeah, David, what you missed was Lock Poppy says always cool to see David on the stream. His opinions are on the Panthers are valid. There you go.
That makes me feel good. Thank you, man.
Sir. We love having you on here, man. Like I said, you're going to see a little bit more of him as these weeks go by here, man. I'm looking forward to bringing him on here as much as I can.
I have more free time now, so I can come on here more often.
That is great. That's great right there. And, yeah, it's a lot of relevant topics to talk about, man. We filling it with content, you know? We taking up your valuable time with good content.
It's a lot of good discussions in this stream, though.
Absolutely.
In my opinion.
Absolutely. I agree with that. We got a lot of work to do in the offseason, beginning with that cap room, you know, but we'll get there when we get there. You know, and me and you are going to have that stream where we just talk about just that stuff, you know, when we get to that point.
Yeah, we're not there yet, though, but yeah.
Exactly. Focus is on these last 3 games, y'all. These last 3 games. and making those playoffs. If we make the playoffs, then we deal with the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? We keep the focus on this year's season for as long as it goes. And postseason for as long as it goes. Then we deal with off-season stuff. Alright, so with that being said, excuse me. Who else do we want to talk about today, man? Who else? Before we start getting into these stats. Let's see. Icky allowed us a sack as well. For the first time in weeks. In weeks, y'all. I mean, so it was just not a good day all around for the O-line. You know, so you can't just blame one guy. The referees. Now, I'm going to get to the referees now. Because some of y'all need to be held accountable for that garbage on Sunday. I saw a few missed calls that really made me mad. There was a roughing the passer penalty that wasn't called. There was a pass interference call that wasn't called, where he was basically mugging our wide receiver. Took his wallet, his keys, everything. His chunk change out of his back pocket. I mean, come on, man. And the ref never even threw the flag. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was watching that. I was like, man, that wasn't cool. And that happened 2 or 3 times in that game. I was like, really? This is the type of referee we're dealing with today? Alright. You know, it's like that old Cam Newton meme. Okay. Alright. Let's play through it. You know? Let's play through it. But, yeah, man. They did get enough calls right that I can kind of take them out. I can kind of let them off the hook a little bit. But it was half and half. That first half of referee calls did not help us at all. And I was sitting there going, okay. So we're fighting the refs too. Alright, let's see how this game goes. I did not like the pace it was going at, and in particular the way that we were approaching that game. You know, knowing the refs were screwing us over. So,
hey, I'm gonna jump off for the night, man. Sorry to bother you. I'm gonna get off here. Sorry.
That's fine. Appreciate having you on, man.
No problem. He's just being wild. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yes,
keep
sir.
pounding.
Keep pounding.
All right, bye.
All right, so that is David, who is joining us on stream. Like I said, he'll be joining us a little more pretty soon once he gets things adjusted with his family life and stuff. So we're looking forward to that. Definitely looking forward to that. You might see him every other weekend or something like that. But we're going to get him heavily involved when we start doing draft preparation and stuff like that. So he'll be here as much as he can during that time. And we're also looking for anybody that's really good with analytics and statistics during that time. that wants to look stuff up for us, and cut that work in half a little bit, that would be very, very helpful for the channel and for me as a streamer, since I'm kind of limited on time and what I can do. So, whatever y'all can do is helpful towards that goal. But we're going to get there, man. We can't do film study on stream, but we can, what I can do is I can do certain streams where I just react to the video playing in the background, but y'all won't be able to see the video. We could try that and see how that goes. Although the audio might get us copyrighted too, so I don't know what's going to happen there. We're going to see how that goes when we get there. But we got a few months before we can officially start that business. And we got to have that problem solved before then. So let's maybe go ahead and go through a few of these stats. And the win chill was 45 during that game. I don't think a lot of people missed that. It was 46 degrees out there, wind chill of 45. So that's a cold day. But for some of y'all got bundled up in the seats and everything else. So, if you were there. But what you saw was a lot of terrible towels and a lot of Steelers fans out there. It was wild. As far as that goes. And I'm sitting there going, with all of these seats that we gave up to Steelers fans, we couldn't have filled them with some of these Panther fans that Steve Wilkes wanted us to bring out, to the game, fill up these seats a little bit with the black and blue. A little disappointing as far as it's showing, but, we did the best we could. Consider our budgets and our wallets right now. I will say this though, we did break the system. We were looking at ticket prices the other night. It broke the system. That was hilarious. What's up, Python Knight? Shout out to you. Appreciate you, man. You've been a regular up in here, man. Appreciate you. And love your devotion to the channel, and all your opinions are respected and heard here. So, I absolutely take pride in doing that. I will listen to anybody's opinions. Even if mine get laughed at. I don't care. I always let people have their say. Zoom chat's open. So if anybody wants to jump in and speak their piece, they are more than welcome to. Even while I'm reading these stats, go for it. Alright, so we're going to get into this. First of all, this rushing attack. This rushing attack right here. We totaled 21 yards for the day. 21 yards. That's not a good day rushing wise. But they have a really, really strong rushing defense, like you heard David say. It's true. They did. But the longest we got was 5 yards a carry. And that's not going to be enough. Alright, so Sam Darnold, 14 for 23. 1 touchdown. 4 sacks. Now, Two or three of those sacks were on the offensive line. One of those sacks was on him because he sat there too long with the ball. And I think he knows it. He was trying to get the ball away, but he just couldn't get it out of there in time. He just took the sack instead. Because the entire O-line just swamped him. He was trying to find something, but they can only protect him for so long. Alright, so wide receiver wise, you got DJ Moore leading the crew, 73 yards and a touchdown. Chuba, 3 for 57. Terrence Marshall, 3 for 51. Shi Smith, 1 for 24. Tommy Tremble, 2 for 20. And you don't hear Tommy Tremble's name that much anymore. So, that's good, man. We're getting him back involved. LaVisca, 1 target, but it was behind him. And he couldn't catch it. So, maybe he ran the wrong route on that particular play. Or there was just a miscommunication. That's what I'm thinking happened there. So, either way, we got to clean that up. But overall, 225 yards from receiving crew and 1 touchdown on the day. So let's take a look at the Steelers. You've got Trubisky throwing for 17 for 22, 179 yards. No touchdowns. And he got sacked once by Frankie Louvu and Brian Burns on the same play. So they both shared a half a sack stat. Wide receiver wise, Johnson went off. This dude got 98 yards on 10 catches. That's 9.8 per play. And that was off of, guess who? Keith Taylor. Pickens, 2 catches for 53. And J.C. Horn was on him. And that's why you don't see big numbers from Pickens. He held him to only 53. The 2 plays that Pickens did get, Keith Taylor was on him. In the other one, J.C. Horn was on him, but he was getting over there late. It was a bad coverage play call. And Shaq was rushing over there as well. And neither one of them could really get him down and make sure that he didn't get that many more yards. So, realistically, excuse me, that was not a good play. Now, we are getting past deflections. We are getting stops. Oh, hey. Bing, please update your servers. Lions are 7-7 now. Oh, baby. The Lions are 7-7. Here we go. My only opinion is Lions related, and it's kind of half due to overall lack of knowledge. Yeah. I feel you on that. We can take a small look at that Lions depth chart tonight if you'd like. I've got the time. Our rushing game was awful. I agree, like Poppy. But we limited their wide receiver core to 179 yards. So everything that they're doing wide receiver yards is under 200, even with Keith Taylor out there and Tay Hayes. So I mean, I wouldn't exactly call that an accomplishment, but I'd say we're making progress. You know, it's not terrible. You know, J.C. Horn's making a dent in these guys, man. He's taking guys out of the game. Now, I'm not saying he's a Pro Bowler. Not yet. I'm not saying this dude's a superstar. Not yet. But he's J.C. Horn, you know? He's got a lot of talent and a lot of upside, man. Like, there's a huge ceiling for this dude, man. We all see it. We all see it, man. So, I'm not going to sit here and act like he's the golden god and golden answer at center. Because he, at corner, you know, as a number one starter or a number two starter at corner. Because he's not. But what I will tell you is he's a solid man out there, man. He's been shutting people down. And actually, he actually shut down. Give me 1 second. I gotta find this. He actually was at the top of the list for lowest passer rating allowed. Look at this list, folks. Look at this list. He beat out James Bradbury, Sauce Gardner, Darius Slay, you know, Stephon Gilmore is sitting on that list as well. And these are big names, man. Marlon Humphrey. These are big names. And he's sitting at the top of that list. By a clear margin, by the way. You can't ignore that, folks. Look at this right here. It's all good, Python. It's all good. Just remember it from here on out, man. You know, we're trying to keep it family friendly, bro. Nah, worry about your Panthers stuff tonight. Maybe later in the week we'll talk Lions. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to give away too much before that preview stream on Saturday night. You know what I mean? So that's fine. It's fine. But that's really good company right there. Y'all can't deny that. That's nasty. Alright, so we know we can beat Tampa. We know we can beat the Saints. Come on. We know that's going to happen. It's these pesky Lions, man. It's these pesky Lions. Alright, so we know what went on here, man. And the Giants won tonight over the Washington Commanders. Hey. That's what we wanted to see right there. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and give you the Rams or the Packers. And this game doesn't really matter that much. But if Rodgers doesn't get his act together and he loses to the Rams, with that Rams 1-5 road record being what it is, I mean, that's just shameful. That is absolutely shameful. With the Rams offense being last in the league, and the Green Bay Packers being 15th, if Green Bay can't close this game out, I'd be very, very surprised. So I'm picking the Green Bay Packers. Alright, so week 16. This is where things start to get a little dicey. Alright, so let's play a little devil's advocate here. Let's assume we maybe get this win, right? That lead doesn't change until the Buccaneers lose. And this Cardinals and Buccaneers game is a 50-50 one. We don't know which one is going to win. But if I had to put my money on it, probably the Cardinals. That puts us in first. It's a wild year, y'all. Don't act like this can't happen, y'all. Don't act like it can't. We're only a game behind them. But the Bucs win. We are a clear game behind these guys. You see the record up to this point. But if we lose to the Lions, that's 2 games behind, and we're tied up for second. We're actually in last place right there. We're actually in last. Falcons and Saints go up by 1 game on us. So then, Baltimore beats the Falcons. That's going to happen. Browns are going to beat the Saints. That's going to happen. Which gives us a 3-way tie for second place. 5 and 10. We're not quite out of it yet. Not quite. Not quite, y'all. Let's play out these games here. Let's pretend the Texans win that one, maybe. They came close last week, so why not? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Cowboys, Steelers, Dolphins, Broncos, Chargers, Bengals, Vikings, Chiefs, Bills. Alright. So that's essentially what your records are going to look like after that week. Now keep in mind there's a 3-way battle going on here in the NFC East. And it's close, man. It's close. Then you go into week 17. Cowboys, Eagles. We beat the Buccaneers. We take one of those 2 games back. Falcons beat the Cardinals. Steelers beat the Ravens. Chiefs. San Fran. Lions. Jags. Jets. Vikings. Chiefs. Patriots at home field. Chargers. Bills. And let's say the Giants win that one. We are still 1 game behind. Tied up with Atlanta. Here's the wild part. We go into week 17. We beat the Saints. Okay? It comes down to this. If Atlanta wins this game against Tampa, boom, we're in. If Tampa wins that game instead, we're out. That's what it's going to come down to. That's what I believe is the real situation that's going to occur. Where if we lose to the Lions, we got to beat the Bucks and we got to beat the Saints and we got to rely on the Falcons to beat the Bucks, which will happen, I believe, in order to put us in. Bills, Eagles. It's not going to matter at this point. Steelers, Cowboys, Bengals, Vikes, Lions, Chargers, Chiefs, Colts. Maybe Matt Ryan doesn't blow that lead right there, but let's assume he does. Okay, so Titans, you got Jags right there over the Titans. You got San Fran over the Cards. You got Seattle over the Rams. You got the Jets. That's what it's going to come down to. A three-way tie for first place, ladies and gentlemen. 7 and 10. That's your current projections right now. But this is how it's going to play out, folks. Alright, Giants-Commanders game at the end was a sad end. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that was unfortunate for Washington. You know, they played a tough game and just couldn't get it done. And it is what it is. Packers beat the Rams. Yep, I agree with that. Rodgers is definitely good enough to beat the Rams. Come on. Even as much as he's struggling right now. Bucks will probably beat the Cards if they're playing really bad right now. I don't know. I think people are underestimating the Cardinals. And that's a really odd take right now that a lot of people don't have. Because I feel like the Cards could come back enough to get enough points. Oof. Sorry, y'all. It's been a long day. I've dealt with a lot today, and I'm just running on adrenaline at this point. You know how some of these days are. I do a lot off stream. People don't realize. Let's look at this Arizona team real quick. Hold on. More specifically, this matchup. All right, now notice the Cards are 1-7 at home. 3-3 on the road. The Buccaneers have not been scoring more than 20 points, barely getting over the 20-point mark. And their average is 17.6. That is lower than the Cardinals' 20.9. But the Cards are allowing 26.6. So this allows for a last-minute Tom Brady drive, depending on how the Cardinals play this game. I don't know how that's going to work out, but it's going to come down to field position. And honestly, that's the biggest one for me right there. Should the Cardinals win this game, we wouldn't need to rely on the Falcons and Bucks game. It would not matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need the Cards to win this game against the Bucks next week. That is a critical, critical game right there. And interestingly enough, these matchups are going to lead to a Detroit versus San Francisco first round meeting. If everything goes as I think it will. The Vikings will play the 7th seed and probably win, then take on the Philadelphia Eagles. And it would be Dallas versus whoever wins the South. Whether it be us or the Bucks. It's going to come down to us or the Bucks. Realistically. Python says, honestly, Bucks will probably beat the Cards. So we'll see about that. Cowboys are in a really tough patch. They just lost to the Jags. I think that's a fluke. I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying that the Cowboys are a bad team right now. I'm not buying it. Nope, I'm selling on that idea right there. Because the Cowboys have an identity. They know who they are. And they're going to come out fighting in Week 16. That I can guarantee you. They are going to come out pissed off after that loss. And the Eagles are a perfect target to take it out on. Because the Eagles are about to get exposed. This game is about to get ugly. I would not want to be the Eagles during this game. I just personally would not. Those rankings are inflated. I'd say probably top 10, but not top 5. Sorry. Not buying it. Realistically, not buying it. Soft schedule. And during a normal week, these two would match up pretty well. You know, the Eagles are a little less talented than the Cowboys are right now. And the Cowboys should win that one by a little bit. But see, the Cowboys just came off that loss to the Jags. They are pissed off. And I would not want to be the Eagles. Telling you that right now. Ooh, I feel bad for the Eagles this week coming up. I feel bad for them already. Most important, I feel bad for that Eagles defense coming up this week. Y'all about to be in for it. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. That Dallas team studies up on their opponents. You can tell. When they come out there, they are ready. Every week. That's who the Cowboys are this year. They study up on these people, man. That ain't going to be a cakewalk. If you want to beat them, it ain't going to be a cakewalk at all. You're going to have to know exactly who you are, and you're going to have to execute exactly how you are in order to beat the Cowboys. So, good luck to the Eagles on that one. They're about to get exposed, though. You feel really sad for Matt Ryan. He's just a beaten down quarterback. Yep, I've already said my piece about Matt Ryan. But for the people that don't know, man, and it's sad. You know, even in Indianapolis, which is a better situation than Atlanta, you would think clearly that GM cares enough to build an O-line around him. He sees enough in Matt Ryan that he says, okay, I'm going to trust this dude to get things done. His numbers look great. You know, he's a veteran. He's at a Super Bowl appearance. Let's put him in there, man. Let's pick this dude up. But he neglects to give him an O-line. And that's where he fails. He's making the same mistake the Falcons are. And he's paying for it. Literally paying for it through his money contract. So, I mean, the less success he has, the more he's got to pay him. Because Matt Ryan ain't cheap. He ain't cheap. For those numbers, he is not cheap at all. So, you could put weapons around him. But if he does not have that protection time, good luck to you. Because Matt crumbles under pressure. He does. He'll get that ball out quick, but he will crumble under pressure so very quickly. So yeah, I do feel a little bit sorry for Matt Ryan. I do. And I wish his career had gotten a little bit better than it did. Because he deserved that, man. He deserved that offensive line that he had in 16 with Atlanta. He deserved more of that. Dude's an excellent quarterback. Excellent quarterback. But, and a great guy, too. You know, so, if you want to say woulda, shoulda, coulda to any of these quarterbacks in this current Colts, so, he's not in our division anymore. We don't have to worry about him, thank goodness. So that benefits us. The score 24-12 Packers tonight between them. Yeah, man. Yeah. That sounds about right. Alright, so rough patch, and they've had two different things. Okay, so you're talking about the Cowboys, correct? Yeah. He's just an older version of Andrew Luck out there. Nah, better than Andrew Luck. Definitely better than Andrew Luck. However, if you don't give him a line, he can't do much. He can't hurt you. He can throw some short and medium passes, but he can't really kill you. You know? But like I said, we're not dealing with Matt Ryan anymore, though. Not in our division. Alright, so let's get back to these stats. Like I told my man David, we give up 12 for 16 on third down to the Steelers. Unacceptable. Guys, unacceptable. And that's Shaq's coverage issues, that's Keith's coverage issues coming back to haunt us. Right there. They picked on those two so much. It was like schoolyard bullies. And it was nasty, man. They got 325 net yards on us. 156 of those were on the ground. 169 of those were in the air. And let's see, what other stats do y'all need to know? Oh, they had 7 penalties. They gave us 3 yards. So you got a 3 for 3 in the goal. And the biggest thing is, at time of possession, 36 minutes and 11 seconds. That's the killer right there. And you remember what we've been doing to these other two teams, Seattle and Denver. They controlled the clock, guys. They completely controlled the clock. It was an absolute killer for us. We were 1 for 2 in goal to go efficiency and 1 for 3 in red zone efficiency. Not great. As far as penalties, we had 5 penalties for 40 yards. Could have been better. We had a fumble as well. 14 for 23 for Sam Darnold. Not the greatest. We had 209 total net yards. 21 on the ground. 188 in the air. Okay, so dot your I's, cross your T's. Bottom line, we didn't get it done. And it shows up on the actual draft chart. Punt, touchdown, punt, punt, punt. Fourth quarter was field goals galore. Which, I mean, that's great for my fantasy team because I've got Eddie Pinero as my kicker in the other league. Not in the Keep Pounding League, but the other one where I won the ring in. But that doesn't really help me. It doesn't really help us as a team. You know, it's not enough. Now, Steelers, defensively, you got Spillane with 7 tackles, tackle for a loss. You got Okunjobi, 2 tackles for a loss, 1 quarterback hit. I probably did not say that name correctly. And I apologize. I have a bad habit of doing that. So, if you know the correct pronunciation, please put it in chat. That's how that works. Highsmith, 4 tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss, and a quarterback hit, as well as a forced fumble. Cameron Hayward, sack and a half, 2 quarterback hits. TJ Watt, who for the most part we took out of the game, sack and a half, tackle for a loss, 2 quarterback hits. Kind of a quiet day for him, if you consider what he's capable of. And then you got Loudermilk with a tackle for a loss. Bottom line, Steelers ended up with 25 solo tackles out of 42. 37 yards off of 4 sacks. 6 tackles for a loss. 6 quarterback hits. 2 pass deflections. And a forced fumble. Since it's Christmas time, y'all know where that was going. Come on now. So we go into the Panthers defense. Jeremy Chin with 14 tackles on the day. And a pass deflection. And y'all said this man wasn't making plays. Y'all up in here saying Chin ain't making plays, man. Come on. I told you this man is run stopping. I've been telling y'all that. I don't see how anybody can say that Chin is not making plays. When it's clearly showing up in the stats, it's showing up on the VODs of these games. You know, come on. It's showing up in tape. Give the man his due. Shaq, 12 tackles. Total. 7 of them solo. Run stopper. Tackle for a loss. Look at that. Shaq was the other one y'all threw under the bus this week for not making plays. He's run stopping, guys. Now, I never said the man didn't have coverage issues. I never said that. Don't get it twisted. You know, because Chin's been having coverage issues the last few games, and Shaq's been having coverage issues for way longer than that. So don't act like he doesn't. Don't act like neither one of these guys are having trouble, alright? Now let's talk about Keith Taylor. 8 tackles. But that's only after the fact that he got burnt crispy on so many plays, it's not even funny. I counted an even half dozen. That's why you don't see any pass deflections. You don't see any forced fumbles. You don't see any... None of that. None of that. He's not going to get that for you. He's a run stopper. I've been trying to tell people that. They just don't want to listen. My opinion just gets laughed at every time I try to talk about him. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Y'all believe what y'all want to believe. But he's a run stopper. He ain't a corner. He's a run stopper. Then you got Frankie Louvu. 8 total tackles. 1 sack. 1 tackle for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. So, another great day for Louvu. You know. I wouldn't say it's fantastic, but it is a great day. Excuse me. According to the typical standards you've been using to judge Frankie Louvu on. Now, Iniditis. Let's get to him. 6 total tackles. 1 tackle for a loss. 1 pass deflection. As far as I'm concerned, Iniditis did have a decent game against Pittsburgh. He did. He stopped several runs. Yeah, he allowed maybe 2 or 3 yards more than he probably should have. He didn't win the battle in the trenches, but he did get a pass deflection, and he did get a tackle for a loss. So, I mean, give the man credit where it's due. Woods, 6 tackles on the day. Run stopper for the most part. And like I said, if you put Woods on over there with Keith Taylor, might be able to shut down some stuff. Who knows? I mean, Woods is known for pass deflections in coverage. He is known for that, folks. He can do that. He's not just a one-trick pony. He's not just a run stopper. He can do that too. That's why I've been suggesting you put him over there. And let Chin help out over with J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn should be able to take care of himself, but just in case he can't, throw him over there. Brown, 5 tackles. 1 quarterback. Did nothing else that game. Was basically a ghost. Basically a ghost. Can't have that. Gross Matos, you gotta step up, bro. You cannot let these O-lines dominate you like that. You can't let them do that to you. And you're about to face an even stronger O lineman in Detroit. You gonna let him beat you up like that too? I don't think so. So now we're talking about Brian Burns. 3 total tackles, 1 tackle for a loss. And I could have sworn he had credit for that sack. But they gave it to Luvu. Honestly, I would have given him a half his sack credit. You know what I mean? Because he earned it. He was back there too. But, they're not saying it was his sack or credit at all. So we're going to go with that. J.C. Horn, 3 total tackles. No pass deflections, but he was already targeted how many times during that game? Come on. Every offensive coordinator we faced so far has pretty much figured out not to try to challenge him. Or they're not going to like it. They're not going to like the results. Alright, so Corey Littleton. 3 total tackles. It's kind of quiet this game. McCall, same thing. One tackle, kind of quiet. Hartsfield got his tackle. Henry got his tackle. Bravion Roy got one as well. Finally getting in on the action. Overall, the defense had 46 tackles out of 77 total. 46 solo, 77 total. 1 sack. And that came from Luvu. I would divide that up with Brian Burns, like I said before. 4 tackles for a loss. 2 quarterback hits. And 2 pass deflections. That is our defense on Sunday. I mean, not that fantastic, to be honest. So let's talk about those first half penalties. First half penalties. 7. Let's see. I might have read that wrong. I apologize, y'all. Yes, I did. Yes, I did read that wrong. Okay. Alright, so first downs. We had 11 first downs given up by this defense in the first half. And we only got 5 rushing first downs the entire first half. Because we tried to run the ball too much. Well, we're hearing this criticism. Oh, you should have run the ball more. You should have run the ball more. Into what? Exactly. We kept seeing 8-man boxes. Where are we supposed to run the ball to? Are our running backs supposed to grow wings and just fly over the defenses? I don't understand what y'all are trying to expect of these guys. You know, a week ago y'all said these guys were great. They're wonderful. You know, y'all probably thinking these guys as Pro Bowlers last week. You know? And I was like, I'm selling on this running game right now. Now that we have been humbled running game wise, I'm kind of selling. Because they're not as strong as we thought they were. Yeah, just run the ball. Just run the ball. Against an 8-man box. Man, see how far y'all get just running the ball against an 8-man box constantly. See how well that works out for you. Because we tried everything in the book to get these guys out of the box and we couldn't do it. And it drove me absolutely crazy. I was like, at some point down the road, they've got to take people out of the box if they want to shut down this passing game. Sooner or later, they've got to do it. You know, it's going to happen sooner than later. Nope. They let us get these like big passing plays down the field, but it didn't matter. Because our offense is 60-40 run predominant, as I've said. So, of course, they're going to use that against us. They're going to stack the line constantly, blitz us to death because they know Sam is not good under pressure and he'll just toss the ball away. You know, he's not going to throw a pick, but he's going to throw it away. But I got so agitated at the fact that, you know, these guys never left the box. I'm sitting there like, how are we supposed to beat these guys if we can't get it drawn out of the box and into coverage? Then we can get some good rushing plays going and get that running game going. Then it's fine. You know, if you got 4 rushers, 4, maybe 5 rushers at most, we're good, man. We can run the ball on that. But if we try to run it on an 8-man box constantly to get more than 3 yards on that, it's impossible. CMC is the only running back I know, healthy-wise, that could do that and get more. And push that pile the way only he knows how to do. You know, maybe. I mean, as far as like Panthers running backs are concerned this year, you know, as a whole, he's the only one that could have done it. But I'm telling you, though, it's run first down every single time. It's reminded me of that offensive coordinator we used to have with John Fox, and it agitated me so much, dude. I was like, we're too predictable. We're too predictable. They're taking advantage of it. Do something different. Audible, do something. You know? And that clock just kept ticking down. I was like, you're running out of time, guys. Do something. It's like that meme where you got the guy poking the guy on the ground with a stick. And it's just like, do something. Do something. Do something. You know? And that's what I kept... That's how I felt about this offense yesterday. I was like, do something. Please do something. You know? And you know, it's like you got to shake them to wake them up. Yeah. But I mean, you can't blame this game on Sam. Sam was doing everything he could possibly do. These wide receivers are playing routes that are easily coverable, you know, for the majority of the game, and that's been for, 3-4 weeks now. That's not new. That's on Ben McAdoo right there. That's not on Sam. Sam can call all the plays he wants to at huddle, and the majority of these guys are just going to get covered. And yes, these are average to above average corners and secondaries he's playing against. They've seen this already. Okay, so get creative. That's what we ended up having to do. That's why we abandoned the run game for the most part. Because it was not working. We only got 21 yards out of it. Oh, but run the ball more, run the ball more, run the ball more. We tried that. Man, I swear. Because we're too predictable. We're too predictable. Steelers figured it out. They exposed us. You know, TJ did his job. Let everybody else do the work. Yeah, pretty much. That's what it is. Lions O-line is like top 3, and I'm very happy about that. Just run the ball, silly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that Lions O-line as well. It's very, very dangerous. And this is what happens when you allow the Lions to sit down there at the bottom of the division year after year after year. They're going to quietly gather the pieces under a new GM and a new head coach. And then eventually, now you're starting to see the fruits of their labor. That's the beginning of the fruits of their labor. Wait till they draft a defense. Then we got something to seriously worry about when it comes to the Lions. And you better hope they don't end up on our schedule next year. Otherwise, this is going to be a long, bumpy ride. Trying to beat them. After they retain most of those players on offense and get defensive players, oh boy. Oh boy, it's a wrap. Well, we're still trying to build? Nah, dog. Yeah, Python, you were watching the live reaction stream. I might do more of those, y'all. I might. I was thinking about that. You were watching me pace around and during the game, and I was getting agitated. Yeah, man. That's how it is. That's how it is during a live game, man. I get nervous, man. Some of these games, I'm just like, man, shoot. But you also saw me get hyped during those big plays, though. Didn't you? You saw me get hyped. And you could tell that love for this team is real during these games. You could tell. It's always real. It's always real. It's never going to be anything but real. Every time I start up this stream, it's always real. And I'm thankful to still be doing this after 3 years. And still providing content, to help this team to become better. Whether they were able to hear it or not, or listen to it or not, or taking advantage of that knowledge or not. I'm thankful to still be able to do this. And it's because of y'all, man. But we're sitting on that third down efficiency, man. We're 3-7. They are 4-6. Total net yards, you can tell who won that one. 178 to 104. Steelers won that one. They definitely beat us in rushing. We had about the same amount in passing. Now, I wonder how many Steelers fans before this game went, oh, well, if we just shut down their rushing game, what do they have? And we burn them with Keith Taylor and on the outside. What do these guys have to stop us with? Maybe some short passing, but, you got to look at it from Pittsburgh's perspective. Some of these Pittsburgh YouTubers are probably saying that. And they were probably right. They ended up being right. If they were saying that. So, if anybody that was a Pittsburgh streamer out there, I give y'all credit if you called that one. And took that bet in Vegas odds. Because I clearly thought we would play better in the trenches than we did on Sunday. I thought for sure we would. Maybe we give up some running plays, but pass rush wise, oh yeah, we should have been able to handle that. And the trenches were not won. They were very much lost on Sunday. And that's what started the beginning of the end for us. And when you don't win the trenches, you can't run the ball. That's what that leads to. When you can't run the ball, you become one-dimensional. You have to throw the ball. You see some incompletions. 7 for 12. The quarterback's rating goes down. His success goes down. So you end up with a lot more dead drives. As a result, the defense is on the field longer. The defense can't get it done. After 3-4 drives of punts. They can't get it done. So then, the other team starts to take over. That's how this works, man. And when you've already got a weakness in coverage with Shaq and Keith Taylor, boom goes the dynamite, we take the L. Massive upset. Boom goes the dynamite. And they robbed the bank. They robbed us blind, y'all. Y'all remember what Wilkes said. It starts with the lines. I've been saying that before he ever did. I've been saying that way before he ever did. So I want y'all to recognize that. If you don't win in the trenches, you're not winning. Period. With this team. You don't win in the trenches, you're not winning. It's as simple as that. Now, I can make all kinds of judgment assumptions, of how talented people are on the field. It's not going to matter. Because when the pressure comes from the lines and they're not getting the job done, everybody else suffers. They've got to pull double duties, sometimes even triple duty out there, and have to do 2 or 3 jobs that they should never have to do. That's what happens. And I've been trying to explain this to people. They don't get it. They don't understand because they're stuck in their tunnel vision. On the Facebook groups. I'm saying, come on, man. Watch some game tape. Watch the lines. Because everything is dictated by the lines. Defensively, all the plays that are being called are dictated from how many people were pass rushing. How much of a pass rush we're getting. Do we need to drop people back? Into coverage. Everything is dictated around that defensive line. On the D-line. On defense. On offense, everything is dictated around that offensive line. The quarterback can't do his job if he's not being protected. Opening those gaps. You got nothing. And that's exactly what happened. We only got 21 rushing yards because of it. Because we didn't open those gaps. As a result, pass protection wise, if you don't protect your quarterback, how are these wide receivers going to get the ball? They can't control that. Don't blame the wide receivers for that. When your quarterback is constantly running around like a spring chicken. Don't blame the wide receivers for that. Point blank. That's on the O-line. It starts with them. Everything starts with these lines, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it starts with. these numbers are a reflection of that. Every game paints a picture, and these numbers are a reflection of that. What will the Lions games look like? What will that paint a picture of? What will these numbers look like? O-line, it's up to you. D-line, it's up to you. Now, we could sit here and say, okay, well, Shaq has coverage issues, Keith has coverage issues. We already know who those two are. I'm not calling y'all out. Y'all are already getting burnt. Y'all have been getting burnt for weeks. We're not calling you two out. We're calling these lines out. Y'all gotta grow a spine. Y'all gotta grow a backbone. And win these trench battles. And I should have said something in the pregame, man. I should have said something about that in the pregame because this is a strong, tough Steelers team that we just faced. And they're like that every time you face them. Every time. We haven't beat these guys since the 80s, bro. It's been before that, even, probably. We have not beat the Steelers since the 80s. They have out-coached us, out-toughed us, out-gritted us since then. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. And I mean, after the way the Lions played, and the fact that we are still in it, after all of that, no, I'm not pissed off. Because we put our best effort into that game and we still came up short. So no, I'm not pissed off. Am I disappointed? Yes. Frustrated a little bit. But at particular things in the game, you know, that we could have changed and done a better job with. But that's with every game. That comes with every game. There's always a certain level of frustration with every game that you watch with the Panthers. It's just a known fact. It's going to come whether you like it or not. You know, you're going to make mistakes. These guys are humans. They're not robots out there. They're going to make mistakes. Some of these guys, you know who they are already. Some of these guys, you don't. There's a couple of them you don't on this team. And the Steelers exposed us, man. They exposed all the problems that we already knew we had. It's not new. It's patchwork. Look, they exposed the patchwork that was in our boat. That's exactly what they did. They exposed the holes in our boat that we were filling with duct tape and trying to makeshift duct tape these holes up. That water went right through it. We're just trying to make it shore, man. That's all we're trying to do. Before that dusk hits and we're running out of sunlight, you know. If you've ever been fishing on a lake, you know, or on a boat, you know, out there, or you know what I'm talking about. That's exactly how it is with this team right now. And we're running out of daylight. We got 3 more weeks to get the ship right, man. Because we're going to the playoffs. I'm going to tell you that right now. We're going to the playoffs. The Saints are trash right now. Buccaneers are trash right now. Neither one of them are getting past 20 points right now. If you try to tell me that we can't get past either one of those teams right now, you lying to yourself. The way we're playing right now. Even with the team that showed up on Sunday against the Steelers, we could still beat both of those teams. Don't try to act like we can't. Don't try to act like this season's over yet. It's not. It's not, y'all. No. Not by a long shot. So, pardon me if I still believe that we have a team worthy of going into the playoffs. Pardon me if my opinion is laughable to most of the fan base. Pardon me if we think that we are a competitive defense going into the playoffs, and we can compete with any of these defenses that are going into this playoff race. They don't want to hear that, though. They don't want to hear it. They're too stuck in their ways. And that's a doggone shame. You know? I'm going to tell you this. The only defense we cannot match up against right now with the defense that we got currently is the 49ers. And that's a fact. Because the Niners are so much tougher than our defense right now. It's not even close. They control the NFC with that defense. And I dare anybody to tell me different. If they can figure out that offense, Niners are the top team in the NFC by a long shot. By a long shot. It's not even close. And I know Dallas fans are not going to want to hear that. But it's true. They're not going to like that much, but it's true. We probably have the third best defense going into the playoffs. Because it ain't the Bucs defense, I can tell you that. It ain't the Bucs defense. No. And this is where the Eagle fans are going to get a little bit uppity here. Because they think, oh, we got a tough team. We got this and we got that. Nah. Y'all playing the Cowboys next. Y'all about to get humbled. Let's find out how good that defense really is when Dak starts throwing some darts down there, man. Let's find out. We're going to find out who your defense really is. Are they real or are they exposed? We're going to find out. If they're for real, I'll be the first one to tell you I'll eat crow on that. I'll be the first one to tell you. But I've been saying it for a few weeks now. They about to get humbled. They about to get shown up. So, we're going to find out. Also, the Cowboys are pissed off because they lost last week to the Jags. So that's not going to help. That is not going to help you much. So, good luck proving that your defense is the third best in the NFC right now, Eagles, because it's not. Nah, it's not. Soft schedule, not buying it. That honor belongs to us. Even with Keith Taylor out there, even with Shaq struggling in coverage issues, even with our run defense still struggling a little bit, you know, which we thought we fixed in the last few weeks, by the way. Yeah, our defense has kept all running backs to under 100 yards in the past 8 games. Exactly, Python Knights. Let's go. That is actually true. That is actually true. That's a true statement. If you go back and look at the Eagles, at our run defense in the last, 5 games, even just say 5 games, it's a wrap, man. Let's open up that Steelers run game. Broncos, Baltimore, and I'll go back as far as the Falcons. And let's take a look at them, right? And we'll start with the Falcons. We held the Falcons to 138 yards, and that was that Thursday night game. Okay? That was a little bit of a rainy game. But I give our defensive line credit. They did all right. They did all right in those black uniforms. You know, kept them to 128. All right. So against the Baltimore Ravens, we held them to 115. All right, so against the Denver Broncos, 121. Against the Seattle Seahawks, we held their rushing game to 46 yards. And on Sunday, we held the Steelers to 156. So that was our biggest total so far in 5 weeks. Little disappointing, but, it's there. But if you break it down, these running backs as a whole, and this is including the quarterbacks now, the quarterback numbers are in this list for all of these 5 games, have not gone past 150 yards until we matched up against the Steelers. None of them. And that's why I'm a little disappointed with that D-line. And I'd like to see them step that up. We need those numbers to go back to what they were next week. We can't let that Lions rushing game get going, because that opens up their passing game. And when their passing game gets going, it's scary good. Youngest defense in the league, we're missing that veteran presence. Yeah, maybe. Frankie Louvu is that guy, man. Frankie Louvu is that guy. Straight up. He's that guy. And people want to talk about, okay, Shaq was studying under Luke and Thomas Davis and all them. He is technically your veteran presence on that defense right now. Besides Xavier Woods, who has a ring, by the way. And Matt Ioannidis, too. He's got a ring, too. So, both of those guys came off that Rams squad. So, yeah, we have veteran presence out there. Luvu's the guy, man. I swear, this dude is the next leader of this defense. He is. I'm not even going to hold that to a vote anymore. I don't need to. Luvu is the next leader of this defense. You're similar to us in the fact that your team is extremely young as well. Yes. Very, very young defense. And team in general. And you have Scott Fitter to thank for that. With his drafting. And don't believe all that fluff about Matt Rule saying, "Oh, well, I didn't have any say about the draft picks." Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Stop lying. Why you always lying, bro? Yeah. Dude's always lying. Always. Caught him in another lie 2 weeks ago. Man, I'm so glad we done with him, man. Thank God Almighty we done with him. The sun is shining in Carolina again, finally. We start to see a few rays, you know. But yeah, we have probably the third best defense out of all these NFC teams. And we're not even division leaders right now. Think about that. Just think about that for a minute. We could do some real damage in these playoffs if we can really get our act together. You know? And I'm not saying let's do something about Keith Taylor, let's do something about Shaq's coverage issues, because you're not going to solve that in 4 weeks. What I'm talking about is win the trenches. Win the trenches. Because when you don't win the trenches, our linebackers suffer, which means our corners have to do double duty, which means our safeties have to do double duty, which suffers our entire defense. They have to do double duty. When you guys don't do your job. Win the trenches. Point blank. And we will start winning games. And that goes for both sides of the ball. Point blank. Now, I need to see y'all come out fired up against those Lions. That's what I need to see next week. I don't need to see that same offensive and defensive slacking line that I saw this past week against Pittsburgh. That's not what we need to see. No. No. We're better than that. We have been better than that for 4 weeks now, and we can stay better than that. And Steve Wilkes knows it, and he's going to get the most out of these guys. I'm telling you. Just wait till they come in on Wednesday. Oh, boy. Y'all linemen about to catch it. That's all I got to say. Y'all linemen about to catch it. I feel sorry for y'all on Wednesday. Because Wilkes does not mess around. This dude is about to come in and lay the hammer down. And show y'all exactly where y'all screwed up. But it's a teaching tool, though. Don't get mad. You know? Learn from it. It's a teaching tool. You know, these coaches get tough on you because they expect the most out of you. You know? They don't get tough on you just because they can do it. You know, just for the fun of it. They do it because you need to learn something. You know? They're trying to help you develop a spine and a backbone. That way the next game you don't come out there looking like a sack of potatoes. That they could easily push around and pull around on you. Nah. Yo, in the NFL, stop letting these defenses beat you up, O-line. You better than this. We've seen it for 3 whole weeks now. Stop letting them beat you up. D-line, I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all look like you just got off the plane. For real. Y'all look like you just got straight up off the plane. You know, coming back from Seattle. and you look like you just were uninspired and didn't get enough rest, and it showed. Yawn. That's what y'all was looking like on Sunday. I don't need to see that no more. Y'all got me yawning. Look at this. Y'all got me yawning. Shame on y'all. I'm supposed to be up here at 3 a.m. trying to do a show for y'all, man. And y'all got me yawning. Y'all got me cracking up in another drink. Sheesh. Yeah, just like the Jets, though, your defense doesn't help much. The offense can't move the ball. Yeah. Yep. That's basic football, though. That's basic football, Python Knight. You know? And if you can't move the ball on offense, that defense stays out there too long. And when the defense stays out there too long, they get tired, they get beat up, and they get run over. And you want the perfect formula of how to lose a game? That's exactly it. Matt Rule understood that, and that's what he used. We are not Matt Rule's crew anymore. Step it up. I'm warning y'all, this is crunch time. We got 3 games left. We cannot afford another game like that. I'm done watching a team that doesn't care anymore. I'm done watching a team that lays down. We are not that team anymore. Stop pretending like you are. You got more in you. I know you do. You've proved it over the last 3 weeks. Heck, I sat there in those seats in Bank of America Stadium on that Thursday night against the Falcons and saw it. With my own 2 eyes. Right in front of me. I know y'all got more than that. Come out there and show it. Now, I don't know if this is a trick of the mind where these guys are just kind of not all the way there and they're looking ahead to the Lions. But I'm going to tell you this. We can't afford another game like that. No more losses, guys, if we can help it. No more. And I don't know if we can help it against the Lions. But I know we're not about to lose to Tampa. I know we're not about to lose to the Saints. And that's 2 games on the road. There, we might as well play for picks. If y'all feel like that the end of the road is right now, and y'all really don't want a playoff trip, and you're just done, and you just don't care, man, get off the wagon. Get off the wagon. Because the rest of us are still here. The rest of us are still here, bro. We are not done yet. I will say that as many times as I have to until people get it through their brains. Through these Facebook groups. I will put it in all caps if I have to. Until people get it through their minds. This season is not over yet. And all these people that are just like, oh, well, we want a winning team. We want to do it. We want to go to the playoffs. We want to go to the Super Bowl. These are the same folks that are going, man, we need a tank. We need to play for picks. This team ain't ready. This team ain't going to the playoffs. Nah. Y'all just talking. Yap. All this junk about this team that you supposedly love. We deserve better than that. This team deserves better than that with the effort that they've been putting in. And y'all know it. Shame on y'all. The rest of us ready to win. And we ready to win under Wilkes. Either get with the program or get off the wagon. Because at this point, we're drawing the line in the sand right now. And I am willing to sacrifice draft picks to make sure that Steve Wilkes gets hired here. I'm willing. Y'all know how serious I take these picks. Y'all know how serious I'm deadly serious when it comes to draft picks. Because y'all saw how pissed off I got when we missed out on that Oregon tackle last year. Y'all saw how pissed off I got the year before that too. Just because we won a meaningless game. We just had to have our revenge. You know, when we knew we had a terrible team, we knew we weren't going anywhere, we knew we were eliminated. What's the point of winning another game? And we won it anyway because that was the old Carolina Panthers, right? This is not that team anymore. I'm trying to tell y'all that right now. Stop pretending like it is. The fact that we got this far and this close to the playoffs should prove that to you. Open your eyes, folks. To this crew, I'm just preaching to the choir. But for the people that are just coming in here that don't know this stuff and want to act like we out, oh, we done. We ain't nothing. Stop your nonsense. We ain't having that here. Until we are out of those playoffs, we are not having that here. I refuse to give up on this season until it is dead. I refuse. Because I still believe this team has some life in it. And as long as we still got some life in us, we are still going to keep fighting, doggone it. Till the end of it. Till the end of the road. And wherever we end up is wherever we end up. And I'm not going to be pissed off about the results. If we lose in the first round, then we lose in the first round. So be it. We just go after a left guard in the first round. So be it. If we lose in the second round of the playoffs, so be it. I'm not going to be pissed. And neither should y'all. Because we put our best effort into this season at the end of this thing. Since week 5. Since Wilkes took over. And yeah, it's going to hurt when we lose games like this. Yeah, it's going to suck. But are we done yet? Are we done yet? That's the question I pose to all y'all. Are we done yet? No. The answer is no. As long as we still got a chance, we're going. We're going for it. And I don't want to hear all these people that say, well, this team ain't worthy of the playoffs. We had no business going to the playoffs. Man, shut up. You know how we shut these haters up? We win. That's how we shut these haters up. We have nowhere else to go but the Dubs. We had nowhere else to go but the Dubs, y'all. And I'm telling you, I just showed you the path a little bit ago. And I'll show it again on stream if y'all need to see it. Look, man. Even if Tampa wins that game, they're not getting past the Falcons. Those two games right there just became our two key games. Tampa and Arizona right here in week 16. And the Falcons and Bucks right here in week 18. Just become our two main games that we have to keep an eye on outside of our games that we can control. As long as there's a path, we're not done. And I don't want to hear the naysayers right now. Our main goal is getting Steve Wilkes hired permanently. If we don't get that done, that's when I consider this season a failure. That's when I say we throw in the towel. But until that happens, we do not throw in that towel. No. There is no quit in this team. There is no quit in this team, y'all. Stop letting it stop you from getting where we want to go. Whatever it may be. And in this case, we're sabotaging ourselves as a fan base. Because we're letting ourselves stop us from getting where we want to go. And representing this team properly. You know, we're letting the stupid mistakes, like not winning the trenches, keep us from where we want to go. That's the it for this past week against the Steelers. I mean, need I go on? Yeah, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. And you know who you are. If you know you're guilty of it, get in line. Because you're about to be one of the people that are about to be surprised. Because when this team starts rolling, I want y'all to bring that same energy up in here, man. Real talk. When Steve Wilkes gets hired, and we go through an offseason with us getting out of the cap debt, all our problems solved, drafted properly, all the positions that were necessary filled, and we start winning in 23 and 24, I don't want to hear it. You know what? As a matter of fact, I want to hear from all these people. I want to hear from y'all first. I want y'all to come up in here first. I want y'all to bring that same energy up in here that you bring it right now. All that toxicity. You know, bring it up in my Zoom chat. I bet you it's going to be quiet as crickets when we start winning games. Uh-huh. I bet you it is. By the way, Zoom chat's open if y'all want to get up in here and chat with me, man. Share some opinions. Same on Facebook. Jump on in there, man. I want to hear from y'all. First thing I better hear is we are not giving up yet. That's the first thing I better hear from the first person that jumps up in here. That's the type of energy we need up in this chat right now. I'm keeping the optimism alive. You know what I mean? If nobody else in this streaming community is going to do it, I will. And I know y'all have been doing it. There's a few of you that have been pushing the positive narrative right now, and I appreciate y'all for doing it. Cause y'all some real ones. You know? Y'all see the vision just like we do. And I'm telling you, if you don't see the vision by now, you're not looking in the right spots. Point blank, you're not. Because it's been there. We're painting it right now for you. I'm painting it every week for you guys. And it's a beautiful picture, y'all. I'm not saying it's going to be the Mona Lisa out here, but you know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful picture. You know, the future is looking brighter and brighter by the day for Carolina. And I'm not letting this Pittsburgh loss get us down, man. I'm not letting it stop us from getting where we want to go. Y'all might be up in here saying, oh, well, this and this and this didn't go right in that Steelers game. So what? So what? We got an opportunity to fix that next week. Next week is another opportunity. Until we run out of opportunities this year. Then we create more. We create more by getting Steve Wilks hired. And I've heard all this talk about Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin this, Mike Tomlin that. Listen, guys. That win over us just pretty much told you that Mike Tomlin's not getting fired. That's number one. Secondly, the only reason we would even consider going after Mike Tomlin is if he gets fired. Which, according to number one, still has not happened yet. So, hold your horses. Now, number three. We would have to trade for Mike Tomlin's rights. Just like we would have to trade for Sean Payton's rights. And we wouldn't even get either one of these guys until 2024. So either way, we're getting Wilks through 2023. Unless they can find a better offense coordinator candidate, which we should not be going after an offensive coordinator. Because all of these guys that you guys mentioned have like zero credibility when it comes to head coaching. They're offensive coordinators, yes. And there's a reason Bellamy has not been hired anywhere yet. Through 3 coaching cycles. Y'all mentioned Ken Dorsey. Y'all mentioned the offensive coordinator for the Lions. Y'all mentioned the offensive coordinator from the Chargers. None of those offensive coordinators have had even a year's full success with their teams yet. Not even a full year as an offensive coordinator. What makes you think that they are qualified for a head coaching job today? Please do explain that one to me, because I'm not buying it. And why, after 3 coaching cycles, Bellamy has had multiple coaching spots open up, and nobody's hired this man. Somebody's got the book on this dude, and they've been spreading around to all 32 team owners. Somebody's figured this dude out. I don't know who it was, and I don't know what kind of dirt they got on him, but they figured this dude out by now. If he ain't got a job, what, man? It could be Bellamy. I'm not ruling this out. It could be Bellamy saying, oh, well, I got a cushy job in KC. Why would I leave it? Solid point. Solid point. I'm not going to argue with that one. But why would we go after somebody that's not guaranteed, that has zero head coaching experience, and look, man, and that you got to trade for? Why would we go after that when we got a winner right here in our own backyard, sitting here at interim right now? And everybody's saying, oh, well, who have you beaten? Who have you beaten? Who have you beaten? Dude, I'm so tired of that argument. Because Wilkes is not playing with a full deck of cards, man. I want 2 years. I want 2 years for him to get past this cap debt and build up a roster in 2024. That's what I want. 2-year deal. If y'all really have that much little faith in Steve Wilkes, let him prove it to you. Let him show you. And don't tell me, oh, well, we don't have time for that. These guys will get older. So what? Replace them. Replace them. We can find guys in this draft. In these drafts, come on. Don't tell me we can't. Because it's been the same. It's been the same level of defense every single year. Every year. Don't tell me it hasn't been. Talent-wise. Don't tell me it hasn't been. Because you lying to yourselves. And yeah, the South sucks this year. No one's denying that. No one's arguing that point. Okay? No one's saying, oh, well, the Panthers don't have a soft schedule, yet they're still getting their butts kicked. No. Nobody's arguing that point. We admit the fact that we got a soft schedule. Okay? Yes, any NFL coach can go through a soft schedule and win enough games to make a difference. But it ain't the record that's important here. The record does not determine totally who we are. We have the third best defense in the NFC. I'm convinced of that. I'm dead set convinced on that. Even despite Keith Taylor out there. I'm still convinced of it. When we're playing at our best, we have the third best defense out there. Prove me wrong. Because y'all can't do it. Y'all can't do it. We have shut teams down. Offensively. We managed to do it. And y'all going to see us chop this Lions offense in half next week on Sunday. Y'all about to see that happen. We're about to see us chop this offense straight in half. Believe what you will, but we knocking this offense down to 20 to 25 points. That's happening. If this D-line plays like they're supposed to play in the trenches, and our run stopping makes them one-dimensional, it's happening. That offense is going to get chopped in half. Now, I'm not saying that we can win that game. I'm saying the offense is going to get chopped in half. I'm dead set confident on that prediction right there. Otherwise, I would not be saying it on stream. I would not be saying it publicly. if I didn't truly believe that. But y'all want to come up into these Facebook group chats and be like, oh, well, this team is not playoff worthy, and this, and that. Stop focusing on the record. There's more to a team than a record. I've been trying to tell y'all that. But some of them don't want to listen, man. Some of them don't want to hear it. Consider the Lions at one point were 1-6 this season and rose to 7-7. It's not out of the possibility the Panthers will still get the division as possible. Thank you, Python Knight. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all hearing this dude right now? He's not even a Panthers fan. And he's making these points for us, man. I appreciate you for that. That's real love and dedication right there to this channel. Not even necessarily to the Panthers, but to this channel. And I appreciate it, bro. I really, really do. Man. It's simple. We're not done yet. And all these people are up in their feelings. They feel like we're done. We're horrible. They're all up in their feelings, y'all. They're going on emotion right now. And they're failing to look at the facts. The numbers don't mean much, man. Because football is not just about numbers. Beginning of when I've been streaming, football is about more than just numbers. If y'all just looking at the numbers, then good night. You know what I'm saying? Good night on this season. Happy trails. You know? But I'm not looking at just that. I see the full vision of what this season is and what this team is. I see who these players are. I see who this coaching staff is. I see the way that we're playing these games. I see the effort and the motivation and the drive being put in when Wilkes is coaching us. I see the passion for the game and the love for the game returning in the last 5 weeks. And I can't ignore that. Guys, I can't ignore that. It ain't about the money for Steve Wilkes. It never was. Yeah, he probably would get a bonus just like anybody else in the league right now. But I'll tell you what, that's a bonus to him, man. He loves this team. And that's the type of coach we need, is a coach that loves this team, that has a passion to see us win and succeed. God, we've been waiting for this for so long. It is beyond time for this to happen. It gave me, as soon as I heard him talk about this team the way he did the first time, in that locker room, in that press room, dude, it choked me up. It literally choked me up. I was like, oh my God, man. I was like, oh my God. Our prayers have been answered. Finally. A man for this team that cares about what we're trying to do. And cares about us as fans. And cares about these players as people. Finally, our prayers got answered with Steve Wilkes. I truly believe that. I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't. I've been nothing but real to everybody in this chat since day one of starting this channel. And I'm going to continue to be that. I'm going to continue to tell you the truth. Whether people want to hate, whether the haters want to hear it or not, I'm going to still come up in here and say it. Whether I get laughed at, bullied, pushed around, I don't care in this fan base. I don't care. Because let me tell y'all a little secret. I'm more hard-headed than you are. I'm more hard-headed than all of y'all are. Some days I just choose not to show it. But I am. And when I got my mind dead set on something, I'm not changing my mind. On Steve Wilkes, I'm not. Y'all could ostracize me and throw me under the bus. I don't care. Facebook groups. Go for it. Because bottom line, man, I'm going to be one of those few YouTubers that says, no, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to Steve Wilkes. All the way, 100%. If anything, this Pittsburgh game convinced me to stay even more on Steve Wilkes. That's exactly what that did. My faith did not waver in this man. Not even for a little bit. I trusted him throughout that entire game to put a winning product on the field to the best of his ability. Keywords. To the best of his ability. And that's all we can ask of him. If you ask it for more than that, you ask it for too much. Because we don't have it. We don't have that right now. We got to go drafting for that. We got to go pick up some people in free agency for that. He is basically turning what we have into the best version of itself. And that's all we can ask of Steve Wilkes. And anyone that still is doubting that is clearly not watching these games. It's clearly not watching these pressers. It's clearly not paying attention. Because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. The clues are everywhere. And I don't want to be... I don't want to be stuck in another era of Panthers football where we have to go through another coaching staff that has no idea what they're doing and is clueless. Do you? Because if you don't choose Steve Wilkes, that's exactly what we're getting. Point blank. So, Mr. Tepper, I appeal to you, man. From the fans to you. Please, make the smart decision, man. Please. If you're not willing to go 3 years, I respect it. If you want to give him 2 years for a prove-it deal, I respect it. I'm not going to argue with it for a second. Let him prove it to you. If you're not 100% bought into this man, let him prove it. Let him show you. I ain't even got to talk to all the Panthers fans out there right now. I ain't even got... No. Because most of these people are stuck either on one side or the other. They're going to believe whatever they want to believe. But Mr. Tepper, believe me, man. When I tell you, You see what progress he's making. You can't deny it. This is what we want. This is what this team needs. Trust your gut, man. This is one investment you'll be glad you made. Steve Wilkes will bring the fans back. He will. It may not have looked like it against that Pittsburgh Steelers team today in that stands, but I'll tell you this, though. Let him beat the Bucks, let him beat the Saints, and he'll show you. He'll show you as a man of culture, man. He's changed it. He's changed it completely, forever, in the right direction. Forever. There ain't no going back. And I am so thankful that there is no going back. Yeah, I could toot this man's horn for as long as I need to. Y'all get the point. I'm sick of the toxic Panthers fans, man. I'm sick of it. The time of Matt Rule has come to an end. We're back. We're back. And it's time to show the NFL that we're back. Can we get a big win over the Lions? I hope so. I don't know, but I hope so. If we don't, I'm not going to argue with it. I'm not going to get pissed off. Because I know that Steve Wilkes is going to have these guys coming out to play their best ball that they could possibly come up with against this Detroit team. And if we fall short, we fall short. It is what it is. But if we win, to the victor goes the spoils. Call forth the hounds of war. Because this team is not going to slow down after that point. We're only going to get stronger if we do win. And this is exactly what this is, man. It's a war against ourselves. It's a war against the media. It's a war against all the doubters out there. It's a war against all these other teams that are battling us, man. It's a war against all of them, bro. And you got to treat it exactly as that. You got to come in fighting. You can't just lay down and take these L's. You got to come in fighting. And the exception would be that Bengals game, because we knew we were not winning that Bengals game. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Come on. The Bengals are way too good. You know, we put up our best ball against the Bengals and it wasn't enough. And that's fair enough. It wasn't enough by a long shot, and that's who the Bengals are. They're way stronger than us. 42-21, that's accurate. That is completely accurate. You know? But let me tell y'all something, though. we managed to win on third down efficiency. By a little bit. Not by much, but by a little bit. 6 for 10 in that Cincinnati game. And it was enough to show people this defense is improving. We showed it in little ways. You know? It'll be tiny notches on this Bengals game. You see 3 punts here. You see a missed field goal. Like I said, little ways that make a big difference. And you see Shaq Thompson doing his job in that Bengals game. Like I said, man. We got a lot of work to do. We're going to get there, though. We're going to get there, though. I truly believe that. So with that being said, have hope. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Keep your heads high. Steve Wilkes still has us proud to wear this gear. He still has us proud to bear this Panther logo out there and show everybody this is who we are, and remind people this is who we are. That Steelers game is not who we are. The last 3 or 4 games is who we are. And we're going to keep fighting. We're like jungle animals right now. We're going to keep fighting. We're on the hunt. And from this point on, it is a hunt. Never forget that. Now let's go win. Those are my final thoughts on this one. It is what it is. We turned over every leaf here that we could turn over. You know. Congrats to the Steelers, man. They earned it. They played better ball than we did. We go bounce back. It may not be this week, but we're going to bounce back. We had no answer for Najee Harris. We had no answer for Johnson. You know. We had no answer for Cameron Hayward. But we're going to bounce back. It's just who we are. It's always been who we are. We keep pounding through it. Through all the challenges. No matter what they are. No matter who they are. Whatever it is that is getting in our way. We keep pounding through it. That is just what we do. Alright guys, thank you for joining us for the stream. We're about at 600 members on Facebook. We're about to hit the 500 mark on YouTube pretty soon. So share the stream with your friends that you believe would be best suited to join our crew and our subscriber base, and let them be decent people, man, not toxic. And come in here and healthfully debate and come up with solutions for this team. All 32 teams fans are welcome, as always. Uh, Also, newcomers to the game are always welcome here as well that would like to learn about this team or just football in general. Welcome on in. You know, we want you to come. We want you to join us. And we're always looking for the youth to be inspired and want to play this game as well. So, our official Discord link is out. Go check that out on the Facebook group page if you want to be a part of that. You can buy and sell tickets on there as well, but be warned, myself and our moderators cannot help you if you get screwed over. Buy and sell at your own risk on there. I want to warn people of that twice now. Buy and sell at your own risk on that Discord server. Not everybody is going to be your friend when it comes to money. Some of the most crazy people that you think are decent people at first get screwed over because they get greedy. Alright? Don't let yourself become one of them. Don't become a victim. Alright? So, I don't want to hear anybody PMing and DMing me about getting screwed over by tickets. Because I'm going to ignore that. I can't help you. I'm just simply going to tell you, I can't help you. You're on your own. Buy and sell at your own risk. Alright? I had one person post that they had tickets for sale here. And I know y'all do that in other group pages, but I'm trying to discourage it on mine. And shift it over to Discord where it's just purely that. You know what I mean? To where we can keep the content flowing on the Facebook page and not have to worry about that. Alright? So if you don't mind that, that's what we're going to be doing. Alright, but if anyone would like me to, I will pin that right now, as a matter of fact. Let's pin that to the featured. There we go, done. Alright, so. And let's go ahead and unpin that one. There we go. The Zoom ID and password. Y'all see it. I also pin it inside of the YouTube chat and the Facebook chat every stream that we do. Alright, so be looking for it on if that's what you would like to do. If you don't want to join it, you don't have to. Nobody's being forced to join. It's just if you want to. Alright, so keep that in mind, folks. That's just for these streams. I enjoy having all of y'all here. Just the same. Even if you're just watching and just checking out the stream every once in a while. That's fine. Come and go as you please. That's what this channel is. Feel free to pop in and hit out whenever you need to. That's how we do things around here, man. I don't... It's free flowing. It always has been. So, and we do things for free. We don't charge money. We don't ask for money. That's just something we don't do around here, man. It's free education. This channel's free. And I aim to keep it that way for as long as I possibly can. Alright, so without further ado, if you guys have anything else you want to throw in the chat, any players, any topics, now's your chance. I don't think anybody's still on right now. So if y'all are not, then I'm just going to shout out everybody one more time and then head on out. Vietnam, The Real Zero Chill, Lock Poppy, Python Knight, and of course my buddy David on Zoom chat on YouTube. Shout out to all of y'all. Y'all have been such a huge support base for me tonight, and I just want to say thank you. On Facebook, Tower Hales, shout out to you. I will be catching your live VOD if it is still up. I appreciate you keeping the content going, man. I know you're going through a rough patch, and it's gonna get better, man. It is. You know, I know you don't like going public with your stuffs, and you going through some rough stuff. So if you need to chat, man, you know where to find me. You know, my PMs and DMs are always open. That goes for everybody that's going through depression, painful situations, you know, heartbreak, whatever is on your mind. Chat me up. You know, I'll let y'all know if I'm too busy, and I'll let y'all know when I'm free to chat. You know what I mean? I always do that for y'all, because I care about y'all, all of y'all. So y'all mean a ton to me. And we got to depend on each other. We're a family. We're a crew. So y'all hit me up in them PMs and DMs if you need me, man. Until then, stay chill. Stay chill, man. Stay chill. You know. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And we're going to get out of it. We're going to get through this together, man. We're going to get this through together. You know.
YouTube TV has no hidden fees.
Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. Y'all, we about to build a legacy in Carolina, man. Y'all ready for it? Y'all ready for it, man? Let's do this together. Keep pounding, baby. That's all there is left to say. Keep pounding. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Peace.
What's going on, Juco?